All right, so I just want to start off with a little overview of Advanced Excel and some of the features and things we need to be aware of. So we'll start off with that, and then we would move through into actually doing some work today. All right, so just bear with me. Um, Let me hide this, minimize here. You all see my screen, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, fine.
Okay, great. So you might find, well, most of you all would have taken training from me before. All of you all actually at one point in time or another, right? So I tend to ask some questions, and I also hoping you all ask me questions to go through, right? So feel free to ask. I mightn't see you all there because I have a presentation mode, and so I mightn't see if you have a raise hand. You could probably just interrupt for this part, and if you have a question, you could ask. All right. So, guys, I like to talk a whole lot, but just to give a little overview of the session today. When we talk about advanced Excel and automating data and reports, the some of the tools that come to mind would be one is Power Query, and the other tool is something called Power Pivots. So, Power Query, and then there is a visualization, particularly good for like if you're doing 3D maps. There's a tool called Power Map. You want to render like sales distribution across different regions and areas, and you want to look the bubble sizes and stuff for the sales, and you could use Power Map so that. And in fact, we will be building a model, and we will need to use that as well as do a dashboard as well as variance report with um, with the and Power Pivot tools that we have. So usually with Excel, one of the big downfalls of Excel is the fact that it is a very open piece of software. Right? What that means is anybody, and you all would know this, could open an Excel file, make a change in row 5,000, save the file, close it down, and nobody would be any the wiser. Right? So that's basically the big limitation of Excel. You all know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
Right. So what Microsoft did, and it was as a result of um, criticisms of Excel, right? They have like certain acts in the U.S., right, like Sarbanes-Oxley, right, which looked at some of these tools and the operational riskiness of the tools for reporting, right, and errors filtering into reports. So Excel was heavily criticized for that. And what Microsoft did was they built a new tool called Power Query, which they introduced back in October 2012, and it was a free add-in for Excel 2013, right? A free add-in for Excel 2013. So with that tool, a lot of the criticisms against Excel for having data and manipulating that data so that the change could not be tracked, that disappeared. With this Power Query tool, what you have the ability to do is to connect to different sources of data and make changes to that source data in Excel, but the original source not affected. But everything that you do to that source is actually logged. All the calculations you build, all the rows you remove, right? All the columns, data that you transpose, etc. And you have these routines that we use in Power Query are what they call reversible routines, meaning you could go back through any step and change and amend the step and have that audit trail preserved. So in Excel, a lot of us do reporting, And for a lot of people, we'll be working with many sheets to produce reports. Maybe we have data coming from here, there, and everywhere. Then we may have different sheets or files to produce reports. This tool was a game changer because it allowed you to connect directly to the data sources and then write the steps to manipulate and to connect the different data sources into a master table and then produce reports. So we'll be spending like most of today on this tool. The other important tool at the automation level that they have in Excel is a tool called Power Pivots. Right? So with Power Pivots, you have the ability to join data sets and build calculations and related to that. Right? With Excel, the calculations are done in per cell. Right? With Power Pivots, one formula, one measure, explicit measure formula will replace a million Excel formulas. Because Excel formulas, if you imagine, have to be repeated going down. In Power, there's a type of calculation called a measure. And you need to find the calculation once and drop it in, and it renders values for whatever it is you want to analyze the data by. So that you don't have to repeat that for each transactional row. Right? Excel, if you have a column called price and you have another column called quantity, sorry. Price by quantity is what will give you revenue. But to get a column, you will have to create that formula in each cell going down the column, right? Not so with Power Pivots. You only have to define the formula once with a measure calculation, and then you could just drag that measure calculation into a report, and it would run for whatever you want to segment data by, be it by region, by class of business, by department, whatever, it would be able to break it down. So you would see that kind of thing. And with Power Pivots and Power Query, the data doesn't have to be necessarily stored in the file. The data would be stored in cache memory associated with the file. So what that allows you to do is work with millions and millions of rows of data. Excel cannot handle the spreadsheet, cannot handle millions of rows of data, right? You all know that. Anybody know how many rows Excel has? It'll be 1,040,576 rows. And you have over 14,500, I think, 76 columns going to the right. No, 14,384 columns going to the right. But for some big companies, that the number of rows there is insufficient to handle the volume of data that they have. One company I was doing some work with, and this was over 12 years ago or 15 years ago, right? Might be around that, yeah, 2009. They were working with they were doing over 7 million transactions across the Caribbean in a day. So for them having a tool like this was critical for analyzing the data. This could theoretically handle, and this meaning Power Pivots, theoretically could analyze up to over 1 billion rows of data. All right, so today we'll be looking at the big data aspect of Excel, and we're also going to be looking at tools that we use for automating our data. Just in terms of the objectives, so we want to look at how we could leverage these tools to auto source link. We want to be able to extract, clean, and merge data from all these different sources, and then be able to create the analytics from that data. We want to understand how we could have these steps stored so that we have full audit trail back to the source data, right, where we have that which is in the Power Query module in Excel. by the way, Power Query is in the data menu in Excel. They don't call it Power Query, they call it Get and Transform. Right? We also want to look at creating a relational reporting model. So what that means is we want to be able to cross-connect data from different sources. We take a feed from a text file, we take a feed from Excel, we take data from SAP or Oracle or whatever the database is. We'll need to be able to cross the data. So that relational reporting model, right, that we create, you want to know how to do that? We'll be doing that tomorrow, right? Cross-linking the data for reports and then use output. We want to be able to build measures and which are sliceable calculations I spoke about, right? And we want to also look at the advanced reporting capability of Excel for geomapping and drill back capability. So those will be some of the things that we're going to be looking at. Among others, there are more things than that that we're going to be taking a look at. Right? So generally, this is the flow we're doing automated reporting or big data analytics using Excel, right? All the in Excel, we normally connect to these different sources, and we use Power Query. Sorry, we use Power Query in Excel. They call it an ETL tool. You don't know what ETL stands for? It stands for extract, transform, and load. Right? So Power Query would go and help you to connect to whatever the data source is. It will allow you to perform the transformations to fix the data in the right form to create reports, which is usually something called tabular form. Right? We need to get data from all these different sources in tabular form. And then when we do that, we could push that fixed data into what we call the Power Pivot model. We could apply Power Pivot against the data and build a relational database, cross-link the different tables together and create the calculations. Once we do that, we're going to go and build the visualizations, which usually in Excel, if you're using just native Excel, it would mean pivot tables and pivot charts. There used to be this thing in Excel called Power View. Anybody familiar with that? That was there until about January last year. And then they took it off from Excel. But that gave you the same capability in terms of building dashboards, drag and drop style, like something called Power BI. Is some Power BI something you all heard about?
Yes.
Right. So you had that ability in Excel, but then they took it off. They kind of monetize this tool, meaning Power BI. There is a cost of buying the software. It's about 10 US per month per user. Right? They had that feature in Excel with something called Power BI, but they took it off. Excel still do retain the ability to do a 3D map. So we'll see that tomorrow. And if we want to share the reports that we create here, we could either share them in an Excel file. We could share them via the Power BI service. There's an option in Excel to publish to the Power BI service. And then people could consume them via the tablets or their phones or computers from the service. All right. So that's basically an overview of the automation aspect in Excel, where we're going to go to today. Cover these steps here. Do you have any questions? I think you have to actually get into it to understand. So with Power, when we take data from all these different sources here, Excel, SAP, CSV, Access database, Oracle databases, the internet, what happens is Power Query is like a meat grinder, basically processing all that data and then spitting out the data into a table like this. So when we use Power Query, the objective is to cleanse the data to get it one record per row. One record per row. And you'll see what happens as we go through the examples in a little while. Once we have data like this, then we could connect the data with other tables, right? It's not good to have data in a form where you have 12 records per row. Like, for example, some people would have Jan, Feb, March across this way. Then that is not efficient for Excel to do data analytics with. Usually we need to spin the data this way going down. So we'll see how that would work, how we could use it for reporting. So in terms of Power Query, some of the things that you could do with that is if you have data, you're importing data from a business system, not all the data you need, you could use Power Query to remove the columns, remove any blanks in the data, remove any unnecessary rows before pushing the data for analysis. You could also determine what the data type should be to bring into Excel before it's brought in. So like you would see sometimes you might take a data down from the business system, and instead of the dates being dates, they may be picked up as text, or you may find numbers being recognized as text. So you could fix all that up front using the Power Query tool. You may have data in a column, you need to split the column, or you may need to merge data from multiple columns together, right? You could use Power Query to do that. Sorting and filtering the data in the form that we need for reporting. Power Query would do that in an automated way. And you could add what they call calculated columns. A calculated column is a column like price by quantity, given your revenue. Revenue would be the calculated column. You could do that using Power Query. You could also aggregate or roll up the data and summarize it, right? It has the ability to find and replace text. And you'll see this technique called unpivoting data. When you unpivot data, you get the records, one record per row. You'll see how we would do that in a while. The other thing with Power Query is that you could use it to automate looking up and matching without using formulas. So we use something called a merge query technique. You will see that. Additionally, you could join and consolidate data from multiple sheets or files. So Louise, I think that's something you're interested in. We'll be taking a look at that. All right. Power Pivots, right? While Power Query is the data cleansing engine, Power Pivots, like I said, is where you could do regular calculations. Like in Excel, you could take two columns and multiply it together, right? Or you could also do these kinds of calculations called measures, where you define them only once and drag them into your reports. Right? So you'll see the two types of calculations. One of them have to be repeated down the column, and the other one, when you define it once, drag it in your report. With Power Pivots, you have that ability to cross-link these different tables together. If you're connecting Power Excel to a database, and that's what the Contuso sales is a database, it would try to import the relationships between the tables in the database automatically, like a one-to-many relationship here, right? All the relationships would be imported. So you'll see how that would work. The other thing with Excel, with Power Pivot, you have the ability to push once you create the tables and connect them, you have the ability to create reports like these. So you could use like a slicer here, and then you could use cell size charts here. You could use maps here, and then put in other charts as well. And see how we do some of that. So guys, I'm not really going to talk much again. From now, we're going to actually start doing the work. So what I want you all to do, probably close, well, you all don't have this. you'll have a PDF version of it in your files. All right, so I just closing it down, and we're going to start off on doing some of the exercises. The focus will be use the Power Query tool, how we use it, how you use it in regular Excel. So I just want to do an initial exercise to bridge the gap between regular Excel and Power Query, how you use it, one and the other. All right. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go. If you open up the advanced Excel folder, which is what I told you all to download, you will see these folders and files here. What I want you all to do is go to this folder here called Power Query. So within Advanced Excel, you'll have a Power Query folder. Go to that. And then we're going to open up, the first file we're going to open is this one called Splitting Names. Splitting Names. So alphabetically, it will be the last file if you have it sorted like mine. Splitting Names, go into that. And then open up the file called Split Names. That file. All okay? All right, yeah. In between,
Yeah.
I might ask because, as you know, with online, you're not too sure if people following. So just once you give me like a thumbs up, and I know you're all going okay. So I just continue on. Or if you have a question, please interject, right? No, I'm giving you all like a warning, right? Today, you might be able to get away with missing parts of what we do, right? And still being able to continue on. But when you come to tomorrow everything we do, one thing is built on another, and now build on the other and the other. So tomorrow you have to make sure that you're kind of focused and you're working on stuff. You can't dodge out in a meeting and come back. You'll be lost. You just have to watch on the board. All right. So I just letting you all know up front. All right. The courses is meant to engage you like for the time. So today we're doing like incremental ideas, but tomorrow we had to build like a whole what we call relational model. Tomorrow will be a little more intense than today. All right. So try to probably hide away from other people tomorrow. Now I have some raw data in a sheet here, right? Raw data on a sheet. I just want to illustrate the basics of Power Query. We're going to start with that first. So what I want you all to do, I want you all to copy the column here. So the data is the raw data sheet. We're going to highlight the column, copy it, Control C. You're going to press Control N, Control and letter N to open a new file, and then press Control V. All right. Let's blow this up so you all can see better. Let me know when you're all ready. If anybody need help, Control C, Control N, Control V. All right. Okay. Luis, you okay there?
Yes, I am.
All right. All right. So just give me a buzz. Your file opening correctly. So you should be in order. Where we have the names here, let's say we want to split it out into 3 different columns. What's the issue with this here? Anybody? The issue with this, if we had to split out the names into 3 columns, first, middle, last.
Yes, is the length of the names and the amounts of names too. Some have the initials in the middle name, some don't.
The issue is, as you said, is inconsistency. Some people have a middle initial, some people don't. So try to split this using what would you all use? You all would use what to split this?
Delimit.
Yeah, you would use text to columns, all right, and you would use the to delimit it with space. So if you try to do that, it's not going to work 100. So let's try to do that. We're going to see what the impact is. Right? So if I highlight the column, we go to the data menu. You'll see an option there called text to columns. You click on that. You should get a box coming up like, yeah.
Yes.
And we want to, well, we already have the limited selected. We're going to click next. What you are going to separate the by here?
By space.
By space.
SPA.
Yeah, so click space on tick tab. You will be able to fix this here. So let me just blow this up so you'll maybe have better. So you won't be able to fix this. See, whoa, metal too big. Like it's freezing up. You wouldn't be able to fix this here. So the problem here is that the lines end up in the middle. So you will end up what you have here. You'll have the name split, but you will have people with the middle initial or the middle in the middle initial column their last name appearing if they did not have a middle initial. How would you all fix that? So this is like revision, because I actually do this in the intermediate course. Anybody remember? I think when we do the intermediate course, and normally how to use a sort method to fix this, to get these last names from here to here. All right, so let's just rename this first. Let's call this first. Call this here mid. And we're going to call here last. All right. We're renaming the header row first, mid, and last. So we probably name it first FIRST. All right. You already? I can go ahead. All right. So if we here and we want to get the last names, normally I would, if we use regular Excel, I would go here and insert a column, right? Insert, and we would put number here, number, and then I would probably put 1. I would create an index number column. 1, and then we copy down the 1. And then the fill button to make that fill series. Instead of copying, I'm going to fill. So that would number the records 1. Right? Ringing any bells? Anybody remember this? And oh boy. And then normally we would do a sort by last name. Sort by last name. When we sort by last name, we could go here, we could press Control E. Control E will select everything. Control back to go back to the and then we would sort. All right, so in the data menu, there is the option here to sort, and I would tell it to sort by last name. If we sort by last name, what would be blank data, guys? Matthew, here what would happen if we sort by last name here? What would happen with the blanks?
The blanks will be to the bottom.
It will go to the bottom, correct?
Mhm.
Right? So, and if we have that to the bottom, we could now just go and drag it once to the right, all the records where we have last name to the right, and move it in the last name column. Well, the blanks would go to the bottom, but the last names would go to the bottom as well. And therefore, you could select all the last names in the middle name column, move it to the right. So if we sort here, click OK. Oops, I didn't pick my row, so it'll be the last name column, click OK. We could jump to the bottom. I think in the intermediate course, I told you all you could use the 4 row to jump, right? So I jump into the bottom, selecting the names here, Control Shift down. And then I told you all you could do a one drag to the right. Right? So that move all the last names into the last name column. Then if you go back to the top, you could resort the data number to get the data back in the original order. So you just do a sort since the list is continuous. You could sort without selecting and highlighting the range. I just choose number, and now we have the data back in the original sort order. Any questions here? Right, so that's what's
Hi.
to do it. Yeah, go
Excuse,
ahead.
could you just go over this before you get too much further over this time?
No problem. So the old school way that we would do sometimes I didn't put too much attention to it, Louise. They manually sort the data and then they manually drag the they manually sort and then they manually drag the and they manually sort to fix the data. The new methods mean that we use something called Power Query to automate the process with and stuff like that. Right? So that's what we're going to now. The Power Query. What I wanted you to appreciate is the old school manual Excel we are doing now. Excel, what the new method is. Right? So I try and tell you forget this because that is what we used to do. So let me come back to here and show you what we do now. So I'm just gonna undo. I'll undo back, right back to where I had the full list here. So make sure you have the full list of the names, right? I just click on the drop button where undo it, and I went back to where I got the full list here, where I had copied the full list. Let me know when you all have that. Or you could just copy and paste the list back to here from the other file, from this file. Right? See, let me know when you have that, so we'll go ahead. All right, some people copy it. All right, so now is where we're going to work with Power Query. So I'm assuming everybody have this list first. So if anybody need help, just say. Laverne, we ready there? Yeah. And Louis.
Yeah, I'm there.
All right, good. So what you do, guys, is you put your cursor in the first cell, which is A1 here in the data. Right. Remember, I am on a blank, and when I say blank, it don't have any other columns. It have no other sheets. This is just book one. Once you're at blank cell, go to the data menu, and what they call Power Query, which is the ETL tool that I spoke about before, is here, is in this Get and Transform data menu. Right? So from here, we could tell Excel, when you're working with data in the current file, you want to choose this option, From Table / Range. So click on that, From Table / Range. All right, so the first thing that Excel will try to do, it will try to convert the data to a data table. Make sure you tick this option here, My Table Has Headers. There's an option here, I don't know if you all seen it, My Table Has Headers, tick that. And then click OK. Let me know if you're not getting that. Yeah? So Power Query automatically, whenever it connects into a source, it will try to convert it to this data table type format. And then it will bring you to this new menu. Let me just drag mine across, right? And bring you to this new menu here. You all use that dual screen. Anybody just on one screen and they're flipping back and forth between what I'm showing them and then they're trying to do? Or is everybody on a dual screen?
Dual screen thoughts.
Yeah, for what, the heritage team?
Yes.
Same, I use a dual screen.
All right, okay, yeah. Because you'll be in trouble if you try to do otherwise. Well, I say trouble, but you gotta be flipping that, right, between one screen and the next. The screen that I'm showing it on and then the screen you're doing it on, right? So good. So let me blow this up so you all could see a little bit. So this is the Power Query editor menu here. From here, we want to repeat the step we did before, all right? What you would notice is that when it imported the data, give it a generic name called Table 1. We want to rename that, so we could either rename it, right, and hit Tab, or we could go here and right-click and rename. So you want to rename Table 1, right-click on it and say Rename Table. You want to call it Names Report. Split Names Report. You all there?
Yeah.
All right, so let me know if to go ahead. Everything you all do, all right? When you read it here, the is we want to be able to split it out. So we want to go and right click here, name, right click on it, and want to choose split column. I want to say by the letter, by the letter, split column by the letter. They're asking here, well, I suggest what the letter would work best here. So unlike regular Excel, we looked at before, did not get it out. At the space, here it tells you the best thing to use is space. But if that isn't working for you, you can click on the drop arrow here and choose something else. You'll choose something else. All right, you have the option now of choosing what to split. Do you want to take all the left split basically left limiter? In other words, should we let go when it finds the first space, remove that name here, or choose the right post the limiter? Or should we use check first? What do you think might work? Well, we could try and see, right? But actually, you might want to remove the use the rightmost delimiter, right? Because if we look here, that would take out all the last names and put it into one column. That's what would take out all the last names and put it into one column. If you don't do that, you will have a problem when people have only a last name and no middle name. So you want to use this option, rightmost delimiter, and that will push all the last into one column. So you're gonna say OK, right? Choose rightmost delimiter, click OK. Now notice that whatever you do, the steps get recorded on the right here, right? And you could actually go back and change a step here. If I didn't want to choose that, I could click gear wheel here and tell it use something different. I could have done that here. Make sure you're in the last step, which is here, guys, which is the change type one step. Change type one step is nothing more than determining what they call here the data type. So if you look here, the data type for this column is ABC. If the data type should have been something else, I could click on that button and I could choose if maybe it should be decimal number, whole number, percentage, or whatever. Or if it relates to something else, all right? So this is we would control how the data would come back into Excel, what Excel would view it as. The next one we want to fix is to get out the middle initials. So it shouldn't matter if you right click on full name dot one, that column. You want to split the column, you want to choose. And again, we can use any one of these, leftmost or rightmost, because it's only one space here. So any one should be okay. So a middle initial column, you will have the last, you will have first name. So let's rename all this, double click on the header for this. Full name 1.1, we will first. Rename this one, we're going to call it mid. And then the name, obviously, we want to click on that. And we're going to call it last. All right. So it should be first, mid, and last. You all got that? Let me know. Any problems, you could let me know if something you all need me to go back through. All right, so assuming everybody got through, the next step would be to I'm seeing an error here though. With first, you all seen this by. error indicator bar. All right, so let me see what it's saying here. Then the split delimiter, we did the change type, and then we rename the columns. I'm showing back regular internet like in 100, but what this bar was to do a data quality check on the data that we analyzing. So if you look at here, it says when we hover on it, you would see basically all the data that we have in this is valid. It actually looks at not all the data, we look at the first 1,000 rows, right? So basically, Power Query will, when it's looking at the data, some data sets are very, very large, like millions of rows I might look at. Then I cannot profile those rows will take a while. So what Power Query does to avoid latency issues or slow down analysis is that it would look at 1,000 rows and assume that that will give you a good idea about the quality of the data set, and then it would report if there are any errors in those first 1,000 rows or else, etc. You all with me?
Yes.
All right. So you could change this to I mean, if you're at the bottom, they don't tell you that, but where you see column profile and the top 1,000 rows, you click on that and just change it to say based on the entire data set. So, I mean, if you had like 50,000 rows of data, it would be okay, but 1,000,000 rows, you probably wouldn't be able to do it. It would take a little while for it to go through and file the data. It's not much data, so I just change it. So if I go back to the here and I go on, basically we have nearly 2,000 rows of data. It's not much. If we go to the middle name column, you will see here that a lot of the rows empty, and I mean plenty of people don't have middle initials. All right. You will see here null. Null is IT speak for empty. All right. When we return this data back into Excel, when we finish and we return the data back into Excel, that null will be blank. Nothing will appear in the sheet. So normally Power Query, when you fix up the data and then you return it back into Excel, the data will return as a table. All right, it imports the data as a table and then it returns into the file as a table. So go to the View menu. Go to the View menu, guys, at the top, and wanted a better visual cue of the quality of the data, you could tick here column quality. All right, make sure you have your formula bar ticked. All right, I'll be looking at that in a while. And you would see a better visual cue here. You don't have to see what the cue is. It will tell you what valid, what have errors, what empty, etc. So I'm gonna untick column quality. I'm gonna tick on column distribution. Tick on column distribution. So column distribution would give you like a column profile of the data. So if you hover here, you could tell how many distinct values you have and how many unique values you have as well. So basically saying we have 521 distinct values and we have 108 unique values. You all know what the difference is between distinct and unique? Anybody? All right, so let me give you a distinct means that if you look at the middle name column, right? That might be easiest for you all to see from. If we look at this column, Excel Power Query will go down the column. Look here, it's seen L once, it will count that L time. If it goes down the column and it sees L a second time, like here, it doesn't count that a second time. So the 28 distinct means that just counting a singular occurrence of each item in the column, even if it occurred multiple times. So if L occurred 10 times, it's only going to count it once. A, if it occurred 5 times, counted it once. And the sum of that is what gives you the 28. You all clear? Anybody had a question on that one? All right, Josanne, you clear there or? You all hearing me?
Yeah.
Arif,
Yes,
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So I just making sure you all clear, right? As I say online, like I free online in the sense that I'm sure people did if you all able to hear me and things sometimes. So the class I still for class. This is where it goes. So that's what it is. Yeah. For unique. What for unique means? Anybody can tell me what that is? Any theories? Any ideas?
I'm going to say unique means they
Go
have not seen it, or it's just one occurrence of the initial.
Yeah, well, the latter is correct. Unique means it looked down the column and it saw that this only occurred one time. A. So, like for example, if it looked down the whole column, the 2000 rows, and it only saw Z, it counted that as a unique item. You know that? If Z occurs, it wouldn't be unique, so it's not going to count it. Everybody with me?
Yeah.
Arif, my question to that is this: is there a way to find out what exactly initial or whatever info you may have in there is unique? So, is it A or is it T or is
Yes.
there a way to find out?
Yeah, the short answer is yes. Right? You could find it out. So what we do is we do a column distribution. We had to do a column profile. So if we select column profile, you could highlight the column, and if you look below, you'll see that file and what occurred, how much times it occurred. You would see it here. They have something called value distribution. So the ones that occurred once would be at the bottom, and the most frequently occurring would be here. Like for example, L was a frequently occurring thing. It happened 142 times in the column it was displayed. Whereas if you look at the bottom, these last 4 items here, I occurred only once, with a full stop once, E with a full stop once, L with a full stop once. You all there? So there is a way to do that kind of profiling, and using the column profile, you will also get these statistics on the left. The count, the error, the empty cells, distinct. Min and max wouldn't matter here, obviously, right? So this is text data. Any other questions? So that's a good question.
No, the only thing is the amounts are seen for the any column distribution for the unique and the distinct are different from what you would have there. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, it would be different because is your column profile based on the entire data set, or is it based only on
No, it's top 1,000.
right? So you're not looking at the full thing, right?
Okay.
Right? You could change it. Like I said, I changed mine here from the 1,000 to the full set.
Okay, yeah. I got you. Thanks.
Yeah, no worries. All right, so let's on the column file here.
I Arif,
Yeah, hi.
to change it, mine is grayed out at the bottom column profiling. I can't right click or left click to get it to change.
As well.
You select a column. You have a column highlight.
Yes, I do.
And you say when you can change it.
Yeah, sorry.
What about the other? So I'm just checking to see if there's a hashing. Anybody else? Switch? Are you all able to change the column profile?
Mine is the same. It's green.
Same. Well, that might be a heritage.
Well, I was able to do it successfully.
You were able to do it. But you all in Julia and Bianca, you all in different locations or you all in the same room?
No, different location.
Okay. Yeah. The only way for me to know, you could probably share a screen now. Take a look at it. Laverne.
Sure.
Let me just come out of the mode. I'll wait. Just share the entire screen. And let me bring this back here so other people could see. And then I'll do a full screen here. And close this.
I'm just going to share.
Sorry?
I'm not too sure what sharing is. Are you seeing it?
I see your screen, yeah. So I'll tell you what to do. So just go to the bottom where it have the word column profile for me. Click.
Yes.
Left click.
Nothing.
No.
No response.
Just untick column profile again. On top.
Yeah.
Tick column quality.
Uh-huh.
I see like an error in the split names report on the left. Yeah, you have a thing there. Just go to the last step on the right hand side in the query settings. Yeah, click there. Change type.
Mm-hmm.
Leave that last step. This shouldn't cause that problem though. Eh?
Remove it.
Yeah, that is good. Just now.
Mm-hmm.
The data looking normal. Click back on column profiling based on top 1000 below. And that's strange. I'm not sure why yours grayed off. But one person working for that is Josanne.
Yes.
You and Bianca are not working. I'm not sure.
My own just worked when I deselect everything. So I'm going to try back. Take any left now. Nothing?
Nah, don't delete the yeah. You had to rename your headers.
No, nothing. I don't understand.
Yeah, just watching your options, the menu looking okay. Even if you rename the columns, you seem to be able to do everything else except to do a profile.
Okay.
Let's go to the home menu. You see something there?
Home.
And you have the data file closed, obviously, right? The Excel file with it.
Oh, you know.
Well, yeah. No, wait, don't close down, don't close. Just cancel.
Okay.
I was just watching to see if it was pulling my external file. Let's go to source in the right hand side where you see applied steps. Go to source.
Steps. Where is that?
Nah, and
Oh.
yeah,
Okay.
see, I click. Let's see where it's pulling from. It's pulling as a table from the current notebook. So yeah, it should display. As to why, I'm not sure. All right, but leave it so you still execute all these steps. So that is fine. Let's go down to
Okay.
the last step, which is rename column.
Mm-hmm.
Right, And what to do? Click close and load. Click close and load. We're going to bring this into Excel. So everybody could click close and load. I just going to share my screen. Right.
Okay.
Click apply. Zap styles. All right, let me revert back to my screen. So on the home menu here, I'm going to click close and load. All right, I'm not sure if you all seen that close. All right, so that will read the data back into the screen, and it should actually name the sheet with a new name, which is Split Names Report. You all have that? Sheet 1 is the data, so we could go to sheet 1 here and rename sheet 1 to data. Rename sheet 1 to data, guys. Now, you may not have realized it yet, right? But what you actually created here is a piece of automation. What I mean by that is, like, if we go to the bottom here, right? Let's add a few names. The only name that would be kind of strange would be Laverne. You had to add like a extra split for Laverne, right? So I'll probably use like Bianca. You have a middle initial, Bianca?
J.
J. And then Garcia. All right, Bianca Garcia. Let me see. Let me add a next name. Louise. Louise, you have a middle initial or no?
T.
T. Reed. I do have none. So Arif. Ali. All right. So we have 3 new names we added to the data sheet. You all seen that? 3 new names. Bianca, Louise, and Arif. Now, that by itself wouldn't do anything. You would
Arif, excuse me, just 1 second. I am having a problem with the original Excel sheet. It's saying it cannot close because there's a dialog box open, and I am looking for the dialog box and I'm not seeing anything. Let me just do this.
press Alt and Tab and see if you have anything up. You had
Press
Alt of Power.
Alt and Tab.
Alt and Tab would flip you through the different screens you have up now. Alt and the Tab key. Yeah. So you could see if you have anything up.
No, it just remained on the page. It didn't flip anyway.
If you press Alt and Tab, you should see a list of all the screens you have up. And if you keep your finger on Alt and you keep pressing Tab, it might go to the dialog box now that you need. You see that, or
I see the Alt and Tab. I'm pressing it.
hold on Alt
Okay.
and press Tab and
Yeah, seeing it rifling through.
right. So see if it have one of them. You see there's some kind of dialog box up.
Oh.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. If you're seeing that, you need to select that one and close it down. Yeah. Did you close and load in Power Query?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Um,
Well, you could share screen. I could see if we could help you out there.
So, I see.
Yeah, seeing your screen just now. Huh? So I'm just making it all bigger. So right. So you're here, and what's the story?
I'm not getting to
It,
come out of this. You see this spinning.
yeah. If you click on a cell, just click on a cell. Let me see what's going on.
It's making that sound like it's not going
It's
anywhere.
not going to go anywhere. All right. And if you press Alt and Tab, let me see what menus you have up. Look, guys, the dialog box here. You cannot close because a dialog box is open. Switch to Microsoft Excel and then close the dialog box. So click OK. Press Alt and Tab. Look like it stopped. No. You had press Alt and Tab, Luis.
Yeah, I did. And
We can.
I have actually I'm working with 3 screens, so I'm trying to get I'm trying to get
Like the front files up.
yes, I do.
Yeah, you will need to close them things down, right? So
Oh,
at the front file, you have a dialog box open. If you're flipping into other things, you'll be problem.
uh-huh.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
What to do?
I'll
Close
try
down
and
the
close it
Excel
down and see what
file.
this.
Yeah. Close down this file, and you could press Alt and Tab and delete. You need to kill this file because it obviously froze. And then just focus on the files we have up. So
How am I killing this file?
Control Alt Delete. Yeah. You had to press Control Alt Delete, and then you had to go in the task manager menu, and then you would delete it from there. That's the only way really to kill the file I could think about.
All right.
When you go Control Alt Delete, you click on Task Manager, and then you had to
I did.
end the Excel process. That's what you had to do.
Okay. Okay. So reopen.
You got through to kill it, right? I mean to get rid of it. Sorry.
Yeah, I did.
All right. So we use well, we continue on have it recorded. You could probably go back and practice it. Watch out on screen for now. So where we have the data here, right? What I was saying is that when we add names to the bottom of the data sheet here, right? What should happen, or what you would like to happen is you want your split names report incorporated, but that doesn't happen automatically. Power Query would work just like pivot tables. You need to refresh the data in cache memory for it to update back into the report. So if you go here in the split names report sheet, those
I don't know if it's only me, but I'm not seeing the screen that
You're not sharing us yet.
oh, yeah, flip back. Sorry. Let me know when you all seen it up, right? So it should be up. What I'm saying to you all is like when we add 3 names here for the plan class, what should happen is the name should get split out in the split names report here. But that when we added any names, it's still saying 1998 records, and well, one is the header row. So in order to update the split names report, we either have here split names report here, we could say refresh, or we come to the report here, which is the split names report here, and we say refresh. Right? So if I refresh here, right click, and I say refresh, you see now the number of records changed to 2001, and now we have been split out below for the new ones we had added in. Let me know if you all seen that. All right. Okay. So that basically with Power Query is a piece of automation you create. You write it down the steps, and then you could run it against additional data or other data you have. So with the techniques we're going to cover, we'll look at if you have a new file, you want to run the same steps you created on something else, right? On another file, how to do that. And then if you have a new sheet as well that you want to incorporate, how you do that. We'll be looking at those things later today. All right. So I'm going to close the file. We're going to close down this file, guys. So we kind of cover the basic error checking techniques with Power Query, and we looked at the basics of creating a Power Query in a file. The next thing that we want to start looking at is data cleansing technique. In the Power Query folder that we are in, you would see we just finished names. We want to go from here, we want to go into something else, which is called data cleansing exercise. So I want you to open up the folder here, guys, the cleansing exercise, and open up the file called unpivoted data exercise. Open up the file called unpivoted data exercise. So I just want to enable editing here so that we can do work on the file. Click on enable editing. Once you see in the yellow bar, click on that.
What's the name of the file we're opening?
Unpivoted. So you see it here on the screen, unpivoted data exercise.
Under the Power Query folder.
The Power Query folder is called data cleansing exercise. Yeah.
Right. So inside the Power Query, we're doing Power Query documents. Is it that?
No, look on my screen. This is the folder part here. Power Query data cleansing exercise.
Okay.
And the file, well, I have it up on pivoted data. All right. So let me just blow this up a little bit so that you all can see. Let me know if everybody get it up, and then we'll start. All right. Okay, so I think we all up. Now, this would not be a good file, a good spreadsheet amenable to automation, right? Using Power Query in Excel. Anybody can tell me some things that need to be done to fix up this data here, to get it in what we call tabular form, one record per row? Anybody familiar with that? Or what are some of the things you think Query would need to do when we open up this file in Power Query? structure the data properly? Anybody have ideas? Well, definitely you will need to remove these two rows. These are header rows. The header row actually should be from here. We need to move these two rows out and promote this row as the header row. The other problem I have here is you have blanks in between. You also have subtotals in between, and you have a grand column, and you have a grand total column here. And we have like a null value here. So we have to implement fixes on all these things first before we could use Power Query on it to analyze data. All right, we need to implement the fixes to clean the data first. So to do that, we'll probably take a short break here. I'll just start after 10. I'll give you all a 15-minute break. I'll put up a clock. Right, and then when we come back, we're going to look at the data cleansing work that need to be done on this. We also need to spin the data, so the data going across. We really want one column with the months going down and one column with the values. All right, so we have a little bit of work to do here to fix it up in an automated way, and we're going to use Power Query. Any questions before we go?
None.
Okay, I'm going to put the clock up for 15 minutes. I'll try to come back by or before that time, right? I will pause the recording. Somebody remind me to start it back. All right, so with this approach, you don't have to be in the same file with the data, and you could be somewhere else, connect to that source, and then do the manipulations and return it in a new file. All right, so that's the approach I want to show you all now. So what I'm going to do, I'm assuming you all do have a whole set of Excel files up. In fact, don't have any up, just focus on the work that we're doing now. Right? Open up the Excel file, a blank Excel file. And what we want to do is we want to connect to that data source with the unpivoted data. All right, Luis, you with me? Yeah. Go to the data menu. Go to the data menu.
One thing, Arif, when you said come out of it, do you mean close down that Excel or
That's what I mean.
just minimize?
Close it off totally. We're not in that file
Okay.
whatsoever. Any file
All right.
type, the rule is any file you want to work with, you want to run routines on from Power Query, you should have the file closed, except if you're building the routine within an existing data file. If you're building your routine in the same file, then you could have the file open. But other than that, like in this case, we working with the data and we're bringing it in somewhere else, you should have that file closed, which you're going to connect to. All right, so data menu, we're going to go and say get data here, where the drop button is. We want to get data from file, and we want to take it from Excel book. Everybody there? All right, so we want to go to desktop. Well, I have mine in my desktop. I told you I'll put it there too for a reason. Meaning it'll be easy to find and thing now and to work with. So we want to go to the desktop and we want to connect to that advanced Excel folder. And the folder we're going into is Power Query. And then from the Power Query folder, data cleansing exercise folder. And then is called unpivoted data exercise. So I just illustrated. You will see the file part here. Let me just probably blow this up so you can see how better. All right. everybody see the right? Move the mouse. All right, and now we're able to move. So this is the folder path. And we open up this file here on pivoted data exercise. All right. So it's gonna connect to the file, and then you're gonna get into this navigator menu. Let me know when you're all here. All right. The Excel file is not a what we call a flat file. It's not like a CSV file. An Excel file is actually a container with objects. So when it looks at the Excel file here, it will see that it have two sheets in them. What we want to do is select one of the sheets, which is like the initial report. And we will see here, this is the sheet with the data we're interested in. You all there?
Yeah.
All right. So we're going to click transform data. All right, transform data. When you're working with what we call unstructured data, which is what this is, you never load. You want to transform data so you can do your data quality check. If I was importing data like tomorrow morning, we would probably look at importing data from a database like Access or whatever. Then you could load it from there directly into Excel using Power Pivots, because the data is already clean, the data is already structured in a database. Where you're connecting to a sheet in a file, then you transform. So click transform data, everybody. Let me know if you all get what I have. And if you scroll to the, you should see like the applied steps here. Now, for made a mistake, you all up and running. Yes.
Yeah.
For query mistake, it promoted this row was report and engineering. It's not really the header. The header should be true. Row, right? Because it have the headers here. We put the headers here and here. So let us go back to the and right click on promote headers. I'm going to say the end. Right click on promoted headers. I'm going to say the end. So it's going to here. Are you sure I want to delete? Just click. Log take all this mark I am moving. And then I press Control Shift and plus sign. make it a little bit. You all with me so far? So you all should only have 2 steps here, source and navigation. What we want to do is probably remove the first row. So when we're doing Power Query work, we need to think about this like in Excel, there's something called a macro. You all familiar with macros in Excel? Macros, if you refresh back to the code with you all, we would have done it on the 3rd day. Macros will like automate a repetitive task in Excel. Problem with macros is that they destroy the undo stack in Excel. In other words, when you create them, it's not like you could go and reverse them without changing the code. And that's the big problem with macros. With Power Query, go back and change any of these steps here. And the source, you could always go back to the source here. So in this case, we have to kind of figure out in a logical order what are the things we need to do to clean up the data. So the first thing we should do is what, guys? We should probably take off this first row. So we go to the spreadsheet icon here. We're going to say remove top rows. Remove top rows. This is the spreadsheet icon. And then we would need your gal pop-up box. You'll need to say how much row to remove. I want to remove 1 row, which is this row 1 here. Click OK. What do you think your next step will be, guys, in terms of cleaning up the data here? Zan?
To remove the nulls where it has the nulls.
All right, yeah,
But-
that'll be a, remember you all don't know. So normally we promote the header first and then we change the null. So that is good. We're gonna promote this row as the header. Go here, click on the little spreadsheet icon again, and we're gonna say use the first row as headers. Use the first row as headers. All right. And then we could rename these columns. So double click on column.
Hi, Irene.
Yeah, hi.
Hello, Irene. Uncertain, but I somehow ended up with a blank row before row 1. It is unnamed, meaning it doesn't have a number assigned to it. So when I say use row 1 as headers, it come up with the analytical.
Right. Look on your right hand side. How much steps you have? You have the same steps I have, or you have a different thing, or you're somewhere in between?
No, I have the same steps. I have the same steps that you
Right.
have, but somehow,
Go ahead, yeah.
yeah, somehow I landed with 1 row totally blank.
It's not only you, Josan. I have the same thing. I was wondering how to get it, or I was trying to figure it out myself.
Yes, now,
Right.
you start from the top. Click on source. Click on navigation. At the navigation step, how much rows do you all have? Do you all have 15 rows?
15, absolutely. But above the first row, there's an unassigned row. Blank and with a thicker width than the others. I'm not too sure at what point it came up.
Now, if you're in the navigation step, that means that already there. You have a row somewhere there, right? So what you could do is you could probably go to the next step, which is remove top rows. I took out 1 row here, and that got rid of it put this row as row 1. So where do you have Jan Feb match? Is it in row 1 or is it in row 2?
Row 1 with the big space on the top.
With the what?
It's the Jan Feb is in row 1, but there's a big space, block of spaces above the row 1 that does not carry any number.
And is it assign a row number?
That's why I said it didn't carry any number. It's just a
No number.
blank.
Right. So
Yeah.
let's see. Maybe that's what you have is it that you all have if you're going to view menu, guys, do you all have column ticked? Or do you all have column distribution or profile ticked?
Okay, that's
Column
it.
distribution.
Yeah, you need to untick that. All right. If I tick it, I guess then what you all have is something like this. Yeah. So if you untick it, yeah, trying to understand what the issue is. You all did follow the steps I said. It's just that you all may have left on the column distribution. I untick these three here. Yeah. So on the home menu, just go back to the last step, which is change type, guys. All right. So yeah, just keep in touch with me. Let me know if you all seen something different. You all should have the same thing that I have at this stage. Is that correct? All right. Yeah. Okay, good. What you all want to do is at this stage is we need to rename the headers here for column 1 and column 2. So just double click on column 1 name and we want to call it department. Column 2, you could call it product. So we have department and we have product. Y'all there? What will be the next step? In your opinion, you all seen anything that wrong that need to fix?
Departments need to be consistent, so we need to fill in the null with
Right. So
the
where you have
name.
null here, it should have been errand. Over here, the null should have been maintenance. Yeah. All right. So that is one. What else? Another thing when you're working with data in Power Query, and then you want to join that in with other data sources, you should not have any subtotals in the data. You all there? It should be raw data. So subtotals, grand totals, they would need to, and also there's a grand total here. All right. How would you all remove the how would you all remove the subtotals and grand totals? Somebody would go to the filter button here and filter out anything that contains the word total. That is one way to do it. But that's a little risky if somebody name in this column here happen to be have the word total in it. The way I would have filtered the totals out is to look for some pattern in the data that we could exploit and get the total. So if you look in the product column, a pattern in the data that we have is what?
The totals are null.
Everywhere it have a subtotal or a grand total, it have a null. So we could filter out the nulls from this column. Now all the subtotals and grand totals. Now filtering, what you need to know is that filtering in Excel and filtering in Power Query is two different things. When you filter in Excel, the row is simply hidden. You all there? When you filter in Power Query, it means that they're gone, meaning that they're no longer there. They wouldn't be there in the data. You could call it a back, but you have to delete the filtering step. So in this case, if we want to take out these rows, we could just go to the filter button here. If we click on it, we could untick null and then click OK. So that should get rid of all the subtotals and the grand totals in the data. We also want, if you all did that, you also want, if you scroll to the right, in the bottom to the right, we want to take off this grand total column. So highlight the grand total column, right click and say, you want to say remove. get rid of the grand total column, guys.
Arif, just go over that again, please.
Yeah, what I told you all is to take off the grand total column and delete any steps. I'll go back. Right click on the grand total column, right click and say remove. Now is all. You got that?
Yeah, I did.
Alright, okay. The next thing after that, guys, is what? What we need to fix here? Anybody seen anything that looking problematic here?
The null on the departments column.
Yeah, the null need to fix. So we could probably use a fill down technique to fix this. We could highlight the department, right click on it, and we could say fill and use down. Fill down. So what I would do, it would fill the departments going down, guys. Let me know if you all get it. All right. Another thing that I do, especially working with numbers, is I tend to take nulls and replace them with zeros. The reason is if I have to set it automatically to get one column months and one column with the value going down. This null row will get removed, so I don't want that to happen. So I usually replace the nulls with zeros. All right. So the way to do that is we could highlight like all the numeric columns. Okay, so there are nulls. Just highlight all the numeric columns. Select Jan. You click on the header for scroll across, and then hold down the Shift key and click on the header for December. Selecting all. Let me know when you all done. Click on the header for the Jan column, scroll across to the right, and then hold left and click on the header for December. So now would select all the columns. Next step, you right click on any column header, and you want to tell Power Query here to replace values. Replace values. What do we want to replace? We wanted to find the null. So be colon common NULL. Power Query is case sensitive, so be careful. Hit tab, and you want to replace the nulls with 0. All right, and then hit enter. Okay. So you would see that in July that should be fixed there. In June, the value in June in the 6th row, where was null, it should now be 0. All right.
One question here.
Yeah, sure.
But this does Control F work with this? Like instead of highlighting on doing that, will Control?
No, yeah.
No.
Yeah,
Okay.
they don't apply that. So they have them built in, but they do things different. That's why you need to know, what kind of Excel things would work. Control Shift would work more or less like Excel. Formulas, you have to be a little more specific. Everything have its syntax. So you need with formulas, you need to capitalize and commonalize. That is proper formatting for some of them. If you don't know that, then you'll end up in trouble.
Okay, nice to know.
Yeah. So we're gonna scroll back to the left. Scroll back to the left. And what we want to do here is we want to get one column now with the month going down and one column with the values going down. One column with the month going down, one column with the values going down. So to do that, you want to hold down, click on the header for department, control, click on the header for product, hold down control, and click on the header for row. In other words, you're selecting the first two columns, which would be the descriptive columns. And we want to tell Power Query unpivot the other columns. Right now, the format it in, where the data going across, that might be real good for like entering the data, and that's how typically people would put in the data for budgeting or whatever. But that's not the format that Power Query would like for working with data or joining data with other data sets. We normally need to get the data in what they call tabular form, which means one record per row. Right now, I have 12 records per 12 values. So once we select these columns, we right click on the header for either one, and then we say unpivot. We unpivot the numeric columns, so that'll be unpivot the other columns. Unpivot other columns. And what that would do is that would spin the data. If you had to do this in Excel, you had to go through some hoops to do that. But with Power Query, you have that ability to do it. You could rename the column header here to month. And this one here would be, instead of value, you could double click and rename it to cost. All right. Any questions, guys?
Arif, a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
If I had it in this format initially, as in the month, going down in the column,
You would not need
and
to
I want.
Power Query on it.
Sorry.
You would not have needed to apply Power Query to it. It would have already been in a format that you could load it into what they call Power Pivots, and then you could analyze the data from there. Power Query.
But say I didn't. I don't want to use it for the Power Pivots, right? But I just really want to convert this type of data back to how you had it initially, which is each month on a separate column. Running
Each
down.
month, sorry.
Each month on a separate, like how we had it initially.
You wanted the data back to here.
Yes, correct. So like my information on the raw data was like this, that you have it now where the months running one column, but I want to split it to how we had it initially, basically.
But you see my screen, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how we had it initially is here, right?
Yes,
We have
correct.
headers here. Let me just fix this. No sub 212, so this is where we had reached. Well, it'll be just before on pivot actually. So this is data running across here. This is how you wanted it.
Yes.
Yeah, well then you would just pick it up to get to this point here and then say close and load. And that will push it back into Excel as a table. If you do it like this though is not amenable to doing like pivot table analysis on this. So if you're in data analysis, this is not really suitable form for it. They always tell you to unpivot the data and then get it in this form, which they call tabular form. So you could now join this with other data sets, and you could produce like pivot table reports in this. This format here, you cannot do that, but you may be using it for something different, right?
Yes. So I want to use it for something else and say the information is how we have it to the end, which is the last thing, which is the rename column.
Or you have
So
the
we,
information like this,
yes, we had it like this,
but you
but I want to convert it.
to get it back. Oh, I don't want it. Sorry. You want it to this.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, if you have the data like this and you want to get it, use Power Query to do that there. So this method that we did here, where we went from here to here, is called unpivoting. To get the data from here back to the original, they call pivoting. So let's say I had the data like this. You could and you wanted to go back, well, you could have deleted these steps, but you want to go from here to something else. Have
Yes.
going across by months, you could just select the month column. They don't have it built in though as a right click. So you select the month column and then you go to the transform menu and you will see an option called pivot. So you want to pivot the column. You see that there?
Yes.
You would click here and then it will ask you what column have the values that you want to pivot. So basically what you're going to do, you're going to create separate columns for each of the items, non-duplicate items in the month column. So in other words, you're going to get Jan, March, April, May to December going across. And the values column will be the cost column.
Yes. Okay.
So if you click
Understand.
here, you should get what you're looking for. Now you have your data back into this format. So this is what they call a pivoted format or a reported format.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, delete that step. If you did it, delete the step. So we're back to here. Any other questions? So you all have some good questions though. Usually like structured databases, you all work with big databases, big companies. You have SAP. I'm not sure what Sagicor using, right? At Heritage, it would be SAP. Um, and some merchant bank, it might be T24, might be the business system, or some. We all would have a multiplicity of systems. Terminus would have been the supplier that, right? But you all use big systems, so normally data stored like this, one record per row in those tables in the databases. And they may pull reports on that, so it wouldn't look like this, it may look the other way, like this or whatever, depending on what you need. So we have these tools that will help us. Normally, for pivot table reporting and stuff, you need the data in this form here. So we're gonna close this down. The next thing we're gonna look at is how do we, let's say we have data like this and we want to merge in other data sets and then produce a report, how we do that. So that is what we're going to. So close down this file, guys. Close this down. Okay, discard this. And we're gonna start a new thing now. Let me know when you are ready. All right, so you want to look at how to create a merge routine. A merge routine is akin to what you all may know as a VLOOKUP formula or XLOOKUP formula, but this we're not using any formulas. And this is infinitely more powerful than VLOOKUP or XLOOKUP because you could bring in like 50 columns in one shot using the next method that we're going to look at into your data for analysis. So let me just show you the files on the folder. So in the same Power Query folder, we will be going to the second folder here called Combined Data. And let me show you the data we have. This is the sample superstore data. LS. You want to click enable editing. Pay attention to this. This file is in compatibility mode, and the reason why is because if we look at the file here, it's saying x.xls, this Excel file for sample superstore. It's a .xls file. Right? Which means it's an Excel file, but that format is an old format, 97 to 2003 type work. The files that you all would be using, the more modern day files, would be the Excel SX files, right? Which is the Excel files that for the current workbooks that we produce, right? But if the file was, you all may have files in your organization, old legacy files that you're using forever, you would probably still carry the XLS format. Why I'm telling you this is because sometimes, depending on the Excel version you have, or if the Excel doesn't have certain drivers in it, it may not be able to read the old XLS files, but it will read the new Excel SX files. You all there? So if you open a file and not you try to connect that file and not open, you get an error. Well, that would be the reason why. All right. What we normally do is open up this file, save it over as a Excel SX, close it down, and then we try to connect it. All right.
All right. Arif, what normally happens when that occurs with me, the system actually prompts you and tell you, I will try to grab as much information from the old thing
Yeah.
and transform it to the new one.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But in this case, it wouldn't even be able to open it in some instances. All right. So that's why I'm telling you all up front. So let me close down this the sample superstore file. The issue here is that we have information on orders, right? So this company tracking all the orders on this sheet here, and they want to actually get more information to analyze the data related to the product name and the product category. All right, but they don't have that information here. They don't have product name, product category, product subcategory. They do have a product ID column though. And if we go back in this same folder here, there is a file with the product details. All right. There is a file with the product details. So if you open that file, you will see here they have the product ID, categories, category, product name. How would you get the information from here into here normally? Anybody? How would you get
VLOOKUP.
a VLOOKUP using which?
Using the product ID.
Correct, yeah. Yeah, that's the normal thing you wanna do. So what I'm telling you is that with that VLOOKUP, though, you have some limitations, right? So let me just see if I can show you all this. With a VLOOKUP, you must have a product ID column where? Right here, the left column, right? So I'm just going to change this shift. And I want to drag this. Maybe I'll put it somewhere here. All right. With the technique we're going to use now, you could have the product ID anywhere in the range. It wouldn't matter. Right? Excel will be able to find a match and you don't have to write any formula. So I just moved the product ID column between here. You know how to do this. I just showed you it so you all could see. All right? I just use a shift and drag it across here. So I want to save this file. The other problem we have is that the sample superstore data doesn't have the region in which the sale took place. But we have a file with the region. So let me open my file. I get error there. Right, so I just slip any in. So this is the details perhaps state region. We're going to use state because that would find some bringing region from here into the sample stuff like that. Everybody can do it. But we're not going to use like the old school methods, which would be like the VLOOKUP or the lookup to do it. So I'll close down all three files. Close down all those source files. It should be sample superstore product details region. And let's see if we could connect to them and produce a report. All right. So open up a blank Excel, a new Excel file. Open up a new Excel file. And we want to go and connect to the sample superstore file. So we go to the data menu and we want to say get data from file from an Excel workbook. All right. Get data from file from Excel workbook. Just a point to make here. Once you're working in Power Query, you cannot be working in Excel. All right, you cannot be working in Excel while you're working in Power Query. You have to finish off what you're doing and then flip back. So in this case, we're gonna go to desktop again. We're gonna go to Advanced Excel, Power Query. We're gonna go combine data and we're gonna take the sample superstore. So it will show you all the objects in the file. We're going to select orders. That's the first one here, orders. And we're going to click transform data. Everybody ready? Everybody have it up? So nobody got a problem opening the orders query, which is good. So let me just blow this up a little bit. The next thing we want to do is to load the product details information. So product details would be where? we actually in the Power Query editor menu. So before we were in Excel and we went to the data menu and we get a file, but we could get files from here too. So Power Query editor menu, we could go and see, if you look to the end, you'll see a button there called New Source. To the end of the menu at the top, you'll see New Source. Click the drop arrow and you want to select File, and then you could select Excel. All right.
Just, Arif, just a quick question. Could I have typed in under where it says property and names? Could I have typed in the name of the file I want to retrieve? It would have worked.
From which part? Sorry.
On the right, on the properties, it says name. Could I have removed orders and put in like product details or something?
Yeah, but we don't want to do that here. We want to remain as a.
Okay.
The approach I
Okay.
use is I'm going to load all 3 queries, and then I'm going to create a consolidated query console, and we're going to let that feed the reports, and we'll disable the load for these 3. So names, well, leave this one name orders here. So you see the approach I use in Shortcut, but you could rename stuff from here, yeah, or you could go here and rename the table, but we don't need to in this. So go to New Source, go to File, go to Excel Workbook, and we're going to pick up the product details file. So you can only pick up one at a time. All right. I'm going to select Sheet 1. Sheet 1. And you're going to click, if you notice, we have a little fixing up to do with the data here. We'll probably change the Sheet 1 after we click OK. We'll change this one to call it Product Details, and then we need to promote the header here. So click OK here, guys. You want to rename here, instead of Sheet 1, you could call it Product Details. I want to hit Tab. We need to promote the header here. Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
I just manually drag the product ID to the 3rd column past the subcategory, but when I did the initial import, it came in as the 1st column. Any reason for that?
I put mine in the 3rd column. What you're saying is you had put yours in the 3rd column?
No, so when I did the import, it automatically came up as the 1st column, the product ID.
Yeah, that is correct. That's how it should be. I changed mine. I didn't tell you how to change yours. The reason why I changed mine to the 3rd column is because you're all familiar with using VLOOKUPs, right? In VLOOKUP, you use VLOOKUPs, Josan?
Not regularly.
All right, right. What happens is With VLOOKUPs, you see this ID column, it must always be the leftmost column here. I'm saying to you all, if that don't happen, then it cannot find a match. With Power Query, you don't have to have the product ID as the leftmost column to get a match with the orders table. It could be anywhere in your range. So I had just moved mine to show you all that that was true. You there? So where you have product
Okay.
ID on the left, that is fine. All right, that is how it was. That is how the data was. I'm saying it don't have to be sole product ID. It could be anywhere in the range. Normally with VLOOKUP, you must have it to the left, or else it wouldn't work. You will not be able to find a match from the product ID in the orders table when it's searched. Leftmost column with VLOOKUP. With XLOOKUP, you don't have that requirement. And with this merge query thing we're doing, you don't need to have the product ID on the left either. So in this case, we need to promote the headers here. We're going to go to the spreadsheet icon here. We're going to say use first row as headers. All right. Any questions? All right, next step. Next step would be to bring in the region information. So again, we could go back here and click new source and use file, use Excel workbook. It should bring us to the same folder. New source, we have one file and then we'll choose Excel workbook.
I have a quick question. I think I'm missing a step to the promote headers.
You mean the header or
Change type.
just now? Huh?
Sure.
So let me hear, you don't have a change type step?
I have source navigation change type, but I'm seeing you have another step promoted headers.
Yeah, you didn't put headers yet. So
No.
you have, if you look here, what we are saying at this step, you have column 1, the header is not right. We need to get the header out of the data. The header
Okay.
row right now in the data row, so we said you need to go to this button. Once you have that first change type step and say use first row as header, and that will promote the header.
Okay, thanks.
Let me know when you're ready, so you'll go ahead again.
Yeah, I could go ahead.
Okay. So from here now, the next step would be to bring in region information. So we could go in the Power Query editor menu, we could go new source here, click on that, hover on file, and choose Excel workbook. Excel workbook. And we want to bring in region, we could double click region to load it into here, into the Power Query menu. We need sheet 1. We want to click OK. Notice there is no transform menu in the Power Query editor menu. Unlike in Excel, there is a transform menu or load option. The reason why is why. Anybody know? You're bringing in data and you're already in the transform menu here. So it's going to come in here one time. Whereas in Excel, you need to tell it whether to just transform the data and bring it to here, the Power Query editor menu, or if to load. Rename the sheet. Instead of sheet 1, you could call this regions, REGIONS. Hit tab. What else we need to do, guys?
You'll have to promote the headers.
Yeah, so we had to go here and use first row as headers. That's the step. All right, promote the header here. Let me know when you all are ready and we'll go ahead again. All right. Now we need to kind of merge the data together from all three. So we're creating a piece of automation here. We want to use the orders query though as a base query. We want to use the orders query as a base query. And we want to use that to create something new called a console. The console will have information from orders. We will have the product details column for the product name, category, etc. And we'll have a column called region. So to do that, highlight the orders query here. Highlight the orders query. And if you look above in the menu, in the home menu, you will see a button called merge queries with a drop button after it. Click on the drop button next to merge queries. And merge queries, you would normally just click that button if you want to merge in information into orders, but we don't want to do that. We want to do a merge query as new. In other words, in a merge query where order will be used as a base to create something new called console. So we have the orders showing up here automatically, and we want to bring in product details. We have to select product details here. Orders, and you need to select product details. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you please go back one step? Because when I was following along here, an error prompt came up on the order sheet and the actual name file name and the queries. So I just want to make sure I didn't miss on anything.
You have an error on the order sheet, you say?
When I was trying to do this step, the merge queries, on the name of orders came up with the exclamation mark sort of a concern query there, but I noticed that yours didn't have it, so perhaps I missed something. If you could go back from the merge queries, please.
Right. You mean you have a triangle somewhere before it?
An exclamation mark.
Here? Somewhere here?
Yeah. Yes, but I did not continue with the action, right? So it came off when I was trying to do exactly what you're doing here. It came up with that the exclamation mark at the end of the word orders.
Okay. And what do you have now? Nothing?
Nothing. I didn't execute. So that's why I'm really asking for you to repeat the step just to make sure I didn't miss anything.
Yeah, all we did here was we have this step here with the orders. You have these 4 steps here. Highlight orders and merge queries as new. And then select details. That's all we did.
All right, so now it's the triangle with the exclamation mark on the left.
Yeah, don't worry about that at this stage.
Okay.
You should be able to execute fine. Right? So you want to scroll across on the right here, and you want to pick up product ID. And over here, you want to click on product ID. You have to pick it on both sides because this is the common field that you're using to match the data from both tables. So what I want to know though, Josan, is if you're getting like everything matched underneath here, like how I have it.
Yes, I have no problem here.
Right. So then you should be able to bring across the information. Everybody have it been fully matched. In other words, this left outer join from first matching with the second is akin to what we know as a VLOOKUP or XLOOKUP. Basically, with a VLOOKUP or XLOOKUP, once you have a common field, you could tell Excel to search for the items here, search for the item that you want to find here, this ID number, and look for it in this other sheet and bring in the information related here. You all there? So in this case, you want to bring in category, subcategory, and product name. Everybody got through that? You want to click OK. Well, you would say nothing really happened. Well, what happened? Things. One is you have a new query called merge one. Just rename merge one. You want to rename it console. All right. Enter. And the second thing that happened is it actually brought back all the columns from the product details table. They're actually inside this table here. So to see
Okay,
that,
Ari, please, apologies, please go back one bit to when the pop-up for the selection happened on a merge.
you clicked OK, and what happened?
I did, so I highlighted product ID, and was there, let me
And
just see what,
match. When you highlight
sorry?
product ID in the two tables, did you get a match? Did it say 9,900 something match with 9,000? Was it a full match or was it something else?
I didn't see that bit. Can I just see your screen?
Yeah, but you wouldn't see it again because it happened now. Even if I go back here, it will tell you how much match. What I told you all to look for is below here, you would see how much rows match against how much rows. So that would not.
Oh yeah, that didn't happen. So I was able to highlight both product ID on the top selection and the bottom. Let me just see outer layer. Product details. Yeah, I have absolutely as yours is, but I don't have the number count at the bottom as they said it should have
If you have
there.
executed now, you would only see it at a point in time. So that's all I was asking.
When it,
You all got a 9,009 much out of much, right? So if you didn't, no, I can't tell you that. You had to know. So what you say when you click OK, you're not seeing something? Josanne, is it that you're not seeing something when you click OK?
I am. What am I supposed to see at this point? Because towards the end, the last column says product detail with table running straight down. Oh, that's what you see there as well.
Yeah. And
Okay.
I asked you all to rename the merge one to console. You did that?
Except that did not merge one to console. That did not appear on the left. So the what I have is orders, product details, regions.
So that means you didn't do the merge query as new. You just merge query into orders then. Is that correct? You were supposed to go here and then click merge queries as new.
Oh shucks. Okay, that's what I didn't do. All right. What could I do now?
You gotta watch on the board now. You gotta
Oh no no.
you set up yourself there. Right? So we could do you could do back these steps. Right? But we have a lot of them to do. So let me see.
Could I delete the merge query on the right and just redo it?
No, wait. Yeah, wait. Let me see what I advise you to do. Yeah, in orders table. Just go in the orders table.
Okay.
How much steps you have here? You should have one or two additional to mine, right?
Yeah, I have the merge. So I have source, navigate, promote headers, change type, and then merge queries as the last.
Right. Click on the merge query and delete.
Okay. No problem. I'll redo it.
You did that, you deleted it.
Yes.
The next step will be to, what I told you all to do, select orders query, and then go to merge queries where the drop arrow is here and select merge queries as new.
Okay, cool.
All right. So I'll wait for you. We wait for you.
Not a problem. And then product details on the bottom there, and select product ID and both.
Yeah. You create,
right?
you should see the number matches.
Yeah, so now I have, the 994, I have that. So just hit OK, and then I should be where you're at, right?
Hit OK, well, a little bit again, right? When you click OK, you need to rename the merge one to console. Rename.
All right, no problem. I'm there.
You there?
Yeah, thanks so much.
Okay, no problem. So we scrolling across now to the product detail column. I want you all to click on the double-headed arrow here. Click on that. And from here, we're interested in bringing all these columns. We don't need to bring in product ID. So untick product ID. When you click on the double-headed arrow here, on the product details column, remember I asked you all to scroll across. Click on the double-headed arrow. Untick product ID and untick use original column name as prefix. You all there? You know when we can move ahead. Alright, I've seen some ticks there, so I've seen everybody okay. Right. If you leave this original column name as prefix, what would happen is that it would put the name product details dot product ID for the column headers that we're going to get for each of these things here. We don't want that to happen. We just want the names as they appear here. So just click OK here. Click OK. And that should give you the category, the subcategory, and the product name. You all see that? So it wants you to bring in all three columns. The next thing we need to do is highlight. Once console highlighted, we need to bring in the region information here. But to bring in the region information into console, we just going to click on merge queries, not merge queries as new, because we have the new thing called console and we want to bring something inside console. So we just go and click, once we have all highlighted, click merge queries here. And over here, we would have console at the top and we need to tick up regions below. And we need to have a common field. The common field will be state. Select state on top below. You'll see the number matches, everything match below. Let me know if you all get at 9994 or something. If you all get that, you can give me the thumbs up or whatever. It seems to be working. Laverne, you okay there? Or?
No, I think I missed the that step. Go back one, please.
Right, you're on console?
Yes, I am.
Right, so you're bringing in the regions information. So what I told you all to do is go to the merge queries button to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and in the merge queries box, you're selecting regions here. You're on console, you're selecting regions. That's what you do. You don't want to merge queries as new. That's what I told you all, right? You're just merging a query into console now. Before we're using a query to create a new query called console. Now we have that console query. We want to bring something in it. We're going to merge in a column called region. We're going to just do a merge query, not a merge query.
Okay, I'm there.
All right, Louise, you got through or any challenge?
I am good.
Okay, good. So we're gonna click OK. The class small today, right? So everybody moving and they don't have anybody who really challenge us. So that's be good too. But you all will make mistakes as it's something new now. I guess you all are really much of these things. So, but it's important for you all to know. We want to go again to the expansion button where regions is here. And we want to take the region and we're going to click OK. We're only picking up region, not state again. Click OK. All right. Let me know if you all did that. All right. The next step would be we want to close and load, but we're going to close and load differently. I don't want it to bring in these 4 things here: orders, product details, region, and console back into Excel. I only wanted to return console as a table in Excel. The reason why is the more things you bring back into Excel, that will be redundancy. You have orders, product details, regions, and console. That means you're loading the data twice, right? And you'll have 4 sheets instead of really you only want to have 1. So we're going to change load basis here. We're going to click the drop arrow where you see close and load. So in the home menu, click the drop arrow here where you see close and load. And we're going to choose close and load to. Close and load to. So it's going to ask you how you want to bring in the bits of information. Do you want to bring it in as a table, a pivot table? Do you want to bring it in at all? So I don't want to bring it in at all. So I'm going to say only create a connection. Only create connection. All right. And click OK. So basically nothing will load in the file, but the data will be there. So click OK. So now you will see 4 queries here. All 4 are connection only. So it really depends. I could report off of this without bringing the data back into Excel. Right? But then when you bring things back into Excel, the size will go up significantly depending on the data. So over here is only console we need. How do I want to return console here back into here? Do I just pivot table report, or do I want the data and then build a pivot table report from that? Which method do you all prefer? You want to see the console data here and then you build a pivot table report, or do you want a pivot table report built from the data in memory?
Console report first.
Yeah, and then the pivot table.
All right, so for that, if you want the data back in the sheet, you right click on console, right click on console, and then you're changing the load basis. You're going to say load to, and then you want to put it as a table. Click OK. All right. So from here, we're going to build a pivot table report, right, in the regular way that we do. Right? You all build a pivot table report, yes? Well, you should be doing this course if you don't know that, right? Anybody not familiar with pivot tables? Matthew, you there? You okay? Or?
Yeah. No, I'm good with it. That's probably what I use the most currently.
Right, good. So what I was going to say is I would not return the data here. I'll show you all how to build the pivot table, but leave the data in cache. But I guess maybe you all need to download the data for the auditors to audit, to review, or the boss want to review it or whatever. Right? Or maybe
Arish,
yeah.
one quick question.
Yeah.
I don't remember if you remember the last time when with the intermediate, I was saying that in order to take some information off of the many tabs and put it onto one for importing, I actually went and built a formula. When I was done building the formula and I got it on the one tab, it looked like this. But what I have discovered with this table-like format is if I interfere with the source document, whatever new that I put on there did not come across.
Sorry, you want to interfere with the source.
Any of the source, like you have different source regions and anything that like if I added some further lines there or try to add some further lines on the source document, it was not allowing me to do that. It said it would interfere with whatever it is. I don't know if it's how I built the formula, but what I need to find out is, can I go to any of these source documents like the order, product details, or region and put in a row and have it refresh and come out on the table, whatever new information I put in?
Well, that is exactly why I'm showing you all this. Yes, the short answer. Right? If
Okay.
you have your data, so why I'm making you all build it this way is because you could now go back in the source files, enter new data, right? Save the file, close it down, refresh, and that will update whatever reports you all create now. You all there? As the whole purpose is. So, but you cannot, you can't in Power Query and add the new records. You have to go back to the source files wherever they are. You all there? I mean, you could add stuff in Power Query, but that wouldn't be the place to do it. Normally, you always update your source data from your source files. And then you come here and you go to the data and you say refresh all, or you could add a button which you click to refresh all as well. You could hit a refresh macro. All right, and that's how your files. Remember, what we created here is what they call straight through like reporting. So it's going to flow straight through from the source into your actual reports. All right. Right now, it's flowing through to this consolidated table. This will have the data with everything. But like sometimes what we do is I don't really even store the data in the sheet. I just build a pivot table report off the fly from the console data. But if you're all doing it, everybody know you could go to the insert menu and say pivot table. And then you can now drag up and build your report off of that sheet using all these fields here. Right? So over here, you now have, you could change the order in here. Then source data order, you could change this to be alphabetical, sort A to Z. And then you could drag in here to build your report. I normally put the values first. So let's say we want to analyze sales, our tick sales, what we want to break sales down. Maybe by year or something like that. So we have a ship date, right? We could tick ship date, and we could drag it from year up to columns, from rows up to columns. I really don't need quarter. I drag it out, months can come here under the years. Ship date could come out. And we could break this down by whatever categories we want, maybe by segment of business. And then within these segments, we might want to look at the product category. So here, that is one way to build the pivot table report. I'm saying to you, you could have also built the pivot table report without having the sheet in the file. It didn't have to be here. All right. You all want to see how to do that or no?
Yeah.
Right. So I just taken off this sheet, which is the pivot table report. And then this one here, I'm going to delete this from the sheet. So if I right click on console here, I'm going to say load to and change the load basis to pivot table report and click OK. So we're going to click OK again. And what you realize is we now building a pivot table report, but there is no data in the sheet, the data line in memory. And same process we use, we're looking at sales data. We're going to break it down by ship date. Ship date in terms of years should come in columns and maybe the months. Quarter end ship date, that could go month ship date. That would go. Well, month ship date would come here. Ship date would come out. And then we're going to break it down by segment. And then by whatever category we wish. All right. So you don't have to have the data in the sheet to actually build these reports. So you cut the size of the file significantly. Any questions? Right, so this is along this pivot table exercise. If you want to build a chart, you could use the same pivoting techniques. Alt and F1 will work here. Alt and F1 will give you a, but you need to rearrange the fields for it to look proper. Right. I would have filtered out some of these values because it's too much. Look at it just by one segment. Memory like it take a hit, boy. Moving slow. All right, so I'm gonna close unless any questions. So with this one, you add columns. We added columns, so we call that a merge query. I want to show you all something called logic. We could probably do grouping before lunch, so let's go to that. If we go to the Power Query menu here, yeah, go ahead, Laverne.
One question. When we used to do VLOOKUP, or when we do VLOOKUP, in fact, besides the lookup value having to be to the extreme left, I know sometimes you have to have the same formatting. So this doesn't apply for this Power
It applies.
Query.
Formatting should also be the same, yeah, for both sides.
Same. Oh, okay, okay. All right. No problem.
Yeah, but they have so, well, we're going to
Mm-hmm.
all know it have tolerances for differences with this here. You could have one
Correct.
character that do match or two. I show you all that after lunch. It have a way to do a tolerance. Say, well, do a 80% match based on characters in one list relative to characters on in the other list. So
Okay.
that could handle extraneous items.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. It's just that yeah, see it yet. So after lunch, I'll do that. So you want to go to grouping, go to the folder called grouping in Power Query, and you could probably open up the grouping data, guys. Grouping data. Enable editing. So what happens is with Power Query, you have the ability to group up data as well. So maybe you're producing reports and the data for the reports have thousands of rows or millions of rows. Let's say hundreds of thousands of rows. So it's a lot of data. You may not want to bring in all that data in order to do the analysis. So what Power Query has the ability to do is to roll up the data to a higher level, and then you could use those higher level numbers to report. So for example, here we have some data with daily sales, and we have sales online, reseller, etc., and store. Maybe you want to get a total just by the channel. You know, that total by the channel, right? How do we do that automatically? We don't need to have millions of rows of data. We just wanted to get to that total. For query, have a way to do it. Once you're in the raw data, see how we're doing this. So we want to tell this have the solution in it. So I actually only need what's the name of the table? Sales report. This is sales. I just need to pick up the sales data. So I'm going to close down this file. And let me see what we have here. You can do basic grouping of data, or you can do more complex groupings, hybrid groupings. Hybrid groupings would be like some aspects of the data in one group, and some aspect we still want to see the details. So like here, they want to create a report summarizing the sales data, and they wanted to list the total amount of sales per day per channel. And then they want total products sold in that particular channel. And then they also want a list of what products were sold. All right. So that's a little bit more complicated to do. So let's do the basic one first. Close this file down. Open Excel. If you open up grouping data, no, not grouping data, what's in? Open up a blank Excel, sorry. Open up a blank Excel workbook And we want to go to the data menu. We want to say get data from a file from my Excel workbook. All right, so I'm going to the grouping folder in Power Query, and you could probably take data in the table called Sales 1. You want to select that table, guys. Now have the raw data. You want to click Transform Data. Transform Data. So like if you wanted to group up the data at a basic level, remember you could have like millions of records or thousands of records. All you would do is right click on the column you want to group by, which in this case is channel, and you're going to say group by here, group by. You want to tell Excel what calculation you want to do here. So this will be a sum, and you want to call this will be total sales. All right, let me know if you're all there. All right, so if we click OK, again an error here. Why is that so? All right, so I'm going back to the group rows, to the change type step here. Again, OK, go back to group rows, click on the gear wheel. You're getting an error too. I summed the wrong thing. I didn't sum sum the date column. Which column I should pick up? The amount column. So you all would see how easy it is. If you made an error, you could just go back, click on the gear wheel, select the error, click OK. So that should give us the totals by that. But the question here asks for something more complicated, which regular Excel it would be difficult to do, but using Power Query would be more easy. Yeah, the error indicator like it failed me. It did the calculation correctly though. It's showing up correctly now when I go back and I come back in there. So what I was saying is they wanted a more complex group in here. So we had to go back into group rows, the gear wheel, click on that. Anytime you want to group by multiple things, you would need to go to advanced. Click on advanced, guys. And the grouping here would be by date and then by channel. So we had to add grouping. Right? You will see date here. Or you could choose date, well that is one at the top. But we want to move date above the channel name. To do that, go to the three dots next to date, and we're going to say move up. So I think they wanted to group the data by date first, then by the channel. And what they wanted to work out was the total sales. That is correct. But then they wanted to get a count of the number of products. So we had an aggregation for that. So you put here, it would be something like number of products. To do that, when it's sorted by date and by channel name, we had to tell it to do a distinct count. So it had to count the distinct rows. You wouldn't have anything to fill in here. And then it's going to ask it to add an aggregation again here. So you want the total sales based on the number of products, and they wanted to see the names of the products. So here we'll call this details. And for the name of the products, you have to get all data from all the rows to the details. So I'm going to let you all set that up first. You all have what I have or no? All right. You want to click OK. And you will need to expand the details column here at the header level. We're only really interested in, we're not interested in the date. We're interested in the product name, obviously. And we're interested in the amount. Those two. Because it will break it down to that level. So if we click OK, we're going to get our report here. So if you take like the 10th of March, for example, what here is that on the 10th of March, in total, we sold 343. Even rendered and 340 was really the total for all the products that they sell online. And then you would realize here that they sold 2 short sleeve shirts, and now they're at 229, and 2 sleeveless shirts at 180. So the sum of these two should give you your number here. All right, so this is a more complicated example. You're getting the summary as well as the details with this. Any questions? All right, so guys, we will probably break for lunch. Let me just pause this here. You're the recording, guys, and we're going to open up a blank Excel again. So the last I had just closed and loaded, right, and it would have returned the report back into Excel. Anytime you're in Excel and you want to go back to the query, you could double click on this button here, which is in the queries and connection settings. You would see the queries there. You double click here on the query, and it would put you back in the Power Query edit. Alright, let me see if I pull this back. Yes, you can see. Alright, so you just go home and you go close and load, and it would bring you back. I was saying it would bring you back into. The other thing is sometimes you might X off the queries and connections here, so you don't see the list. Maybe you're not seeing it. Anytime you're not seeing your queries and connections, you go here. You go in the data menu, and you'll see the button here, queries and connections. So that will put it back here. All right. So we're going to close down this file. See what the next example would be. We did group in, so let us do one in the Power Query folder. You'll see a folder which is like the fifth one down, called sixth one down, called Fuzzy Logic Matching. Fuzzy Logic Matching, guys. So I want you all to open this file here and open up the file called Portfolio Example. All right, Portfolio Example. All right. So let us imagine that you are a large shareholder. Well, you are an investor. You have shares in all these companies here, right? And periodically, you would connect to the web, download a list of the share prices, the current share prices. So in this case, they use the SP500 exchange. They download a list from SP500. And it would have exactly that, a list of the top 500 shares and what price they sell for, right? That's what this is. So this is download. They want to get the current price in here, and they want to get the share valuation here, which is just price multiplied by the number of shares you hold, right? And that'll give you what your shares will. So basically, you want to be able to do that. This is the holdings here. The problem you have here is that normally you would have done what formula to pull in the price over here? What formula would you all have used?
Yeah, use a VLOOKUP.
VLOOKUP, lookup, yes. But look at the challenge here. If we look at the name that we call the stock here, we call it this name, Amazon.com Inc. stock. But when we go to the sheet here, 500, it would be for Amazon. I don't know if you all seen Amazon here. Look at here. Look at the name they have for Amazon here. You all see the difference? In row 31. If you try to do a match here, will it match? The answer is no, right? So it's not going to match because the names not exactly the same, but there is a way to do it in Excel using something called fuzzy logic matching. So we're going to try to do that to get a share valuation. So what I want you all to do is, how will we do this way? The valuation done in this file. We could do it that way. We did the last two from external to the file. Here we will use the two data sets here. So just go in the, just put your cursor in the portfolio sheet in the table here, and we're gonna go to the data menu.
Arif, excuse one quick question. I hear you said when you're using the VLOOKUP, there are two returns. There's a zero for exact match and the one where you get the closest state. Won't it have returned a value for it?
Now,
in the VLOOKUP?
yeah, that one would
No.
return the closest match in a
All right.
certain order.
Ah.
So not really gonna find, not really gonna find that. It wouldn't be lookup does it based on values, not based on descriptors. Yeah. So it would be reasonable to use that here. So in other words, she's saying, well, they could use VLOOKUP with the true condition equal to V, right? And you could tell Excel, look for this comma, look for it in the other sheet, which is table array. The table array that might be called SP something. The table is called SP500 data, right? And double click there. And then we want to return the column from that table, which is the company column from that table, square bracket there, comma. The column index number there would be that which column you want to return, right? I can't remember which column it is. It might be about the 8th column or something like that. We return that, and the range lookup to get the true condition, which really sorting and finding a match based on values, not based on descriptors. So you could leave it blank, you could put in 1. 1 is the true condition, right? And if you hit enter, that would go down. You notice it giving you a reference error here. So you're not really going to find that in the other list. We have descriptors. Normally, when we did VLOOKUPs, we were looking for a value, like taking a value, searching for it somewhere else, Lawi. So normally you use that with like commission sharing calculations. When you have tiered brackets, you want to look at, I think the example I used in class was in the intermediate course was that you had a salesman and you were looking at sales, and if the sales fall between these two numbers, then the commission percentage would have been 5% or whatever. So we have those kind of tiered level brackets, different ranges, different percentages apply, then you could use that one. But this one is more for descriptive fields, right? Which you wouldn't be able to get a match for using the true condition in the VLOOKUP formula. Yeah. All right. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna create any formula. So delete the information here. We want to cross link it to here. We need to load this into Power Query. So we go to the data menu. We're gonna click on from table / range. All right. That will bring this table up. And it would bring in the data in the sheet. Let's blow this up a little bit. Control Shift and plus sign. Control Shift and plus sign is what will kind of blow up here in Power Query. Power Query have its own shortcuts too. All right. Bring in the other sheet. So let us close and load this as a connection maybe. So we're gonna go close and load 2. Load it as a connection. So we're gonna choose here only create a connection. Only create a connection. We don't want it load back as a table. And then click OK. Let me know if you're all getting that. All right. Press sheet and load it as a connection too. So you go to the data menu. We're on the SP500 sheet, guys. Data menu, we want to click from table / range. Once we have the data in the current file, we have to go here. All right. If it's not like a file, then you all know where we go to, which is what we did before. So now we have 2 queries loaded here. Blow it up a little bit. The base query is this one here. So I'm going to build the evaluation report here, and we'll return this back into Excel. So we want to do a merge query. We're not merging the query as new, we're just going to bring in the fields we want here. So you're going to click on the merge queries menu, guys. And we're interested in getting the SP500 data. The command field will be company for both. You'll see below that nothing matched. All right, that is okay. Let me know when you're all ready again. Let's do it in small parts so you all don't miss out on anything, right? Have an error, we could go back, fix it. Louis, you all right? Yeah? All right, good. So, yeah, all right, okay. Right, the next step is to expand. So where you see this new table here, leave the name. I'm gonna leave this name. Click the double-headed arrow. We're not interested in anything except the company name and the price. I would leave the original column name as prefix. All right, I would leave that. Take company name, price, and then click OK. So you would see here that nothing returned because it could not find a match. When you have that kind of scenario and you're matching based on characters, then you know you need to go to fuzzy logic matching. So I want you guys to click on the gear wheel next to merge queries. Click on the gear wheel next to merge queries. And we want to choose this option here. Use fuzzy matching to perform the merge. Let me know if you all seen that. Use fuzzy matching to perform the merge. All right. Now you below here. Now it's finding some matches. So it'll say like 4 out of 9 in finance. So let's that is click OK, and go to expanded SP500 data. So right now you see it finding for Amazon, AT&T, Berkshire Hathaway, and then Microsoft Corp. So we still need to get the other match. So what I'm gonna do, normally I would drop what we call the recognition threshold for it to find a match, meaning we could tell it, look at the characters here, which is for company, and then find a match with the SP500 company name. Not the default is being 80% of the characters here, looking for that on this side. In the SP500, if it find a match, we come for that. We could drop it to like 60%. By doing that, though, we make multiple returns. In other words, Amazon might have 2 matches. ATT Corp might have 2 matches. Dr. Pepper could have multiple. All right. So what we normally do is I want to check the duplicates. So I normally put in a column called an index column, and that will help me to see the duplicates better. So highlight the change type step. Highlight the change type step, guys. And we win from here. Once we highlight the change type step, we're going to say add column in the menu on top. Add column. and we want to say, you will see a drop arrow next in the add column menu. You'll see a drop arrow next to index column. Click on the drop arrow. The default for Power Query is to start counting numbers from 0, not 1, 0. So you want to change that to say from 1. Choose from 1. All right. We're going to insert that step. We're going to insert this step. And we could probably move it to the beginning. Drag index to the beginning. No. Yeah, to insert that step too. So, and then you're going to go to the last step. Step is expanded SP500. So, let me know when you're ready and we'll move again. All right. Okay. So we want to go to the merge queries step now. You want to highlight merge queries. And you want to click on the gear wheel, guys, next to merge queries. Click on the gear wheel. You'll see something at the bottom on the list there called fuzzy matching options. You want to go to fuzzy matching options. And what we want to do is reduce the similarity threshold. So if you hover on the eye there next to similarity threshold, they will tell you that this indicates how many values how similar the two values need to be in order to find a match, right? So the default is to find a 80% match based on the characters. So we're going to drop this here to 0.6. We're going to put 0.6. Hit tab. Notice now that we see that the selection matches 9 of 9. You all get that? Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Why Arif, why 0.6? Any particular reason or?
Now I just went down by about 2.27 20%. Right? But I already know that 0.6 will give you a 9 match now. Right? Sometimes it might be you put 0.7. If we try already test 0.7, let me see how much percent match you'll get here. You probably will get a little bit more. If I go down 0.7, didn't match everything. We still have 3 of them that didn't match. So that's why I told you I'll drop it to 0.6. I already know that should give you what you want, but you had to play with it till you come to a match scenario that would meet. So at the 0.6 level, we get a full match. In other words, every here there is a corresponding name on the other side. You all see that? So you had to experiment dropping the threshold to see what kind of level of matching would work for you, all right, when you're using this. So people could use this like for data cleansing and things, like if they're doing data cleansing work on their databases. You might find that the way how companies record stuff, sometimes in different databases, you have differences with the company names, the addresses. Some people may put a middle initial, some in another database, they may miss it out. So if you want to compare data between two databases and check for cleanliness, this might be a good way to do that. You get all the matches returned. Or if you have like a master list with all the correct names and details, you could compare that to a database and see how much variation you have that close to that one. Things like that. So that's the usefulness of this.
Yeah, there's a question. I see some of the results they pull in 2 different names.
Yeah, that is correct. So when you drop the recognition threshold, you're going to get multiple matches sometimes. That's what I said, right?
Yeah.
Match you multiple matches, meaning that you have it finding when it look for this name, it search for it in the SP500. You have 2 shares with name Motorola in it. You all there? Similarly here, I think for ET Corp, it finding ITT Corp as well, which we don't want. And then for Coca-Cola, we're not interested in
Mm-hmm.
Coca-Cola Enterprises. So what you normally do is you will go here and filter out the entries that you don't want. Not, you would know from your investments what you did not invest in. So like
Okay.
Coca-Cola Enterprises would not have been one. ITT Corp, no, I didn't invest in that. Let me see anything again. Motorola Solutions, I didn't invest in that. So three would have been like the redundant ones. If I click OK, then now it comes back to the 9. You there? The list would come back to just the 9. Because I had an index number, the index number counted down to 12. So it had like duplicates. That's why we use the index number to flag the how much it had duplicates. So if I go back a step, this is before, right? The index number column, you will see here, it picking up the duplicate here for Motorola, 2 for AT&T, and 2 for Coca-Cola, bringing you up to 12 records. It only count them like once because you have repetition here in the name. When we filter it out, now we only have purely the 9 records here.
And if you close and load this onto back to Excel, the filter, the things that are
Yeah,
filtered.
like I said, the filter is pervasive. It's not like Excel. It's not hidden. When you filter it, gone. So you would just see the results of the thing. Yeah, but we are finished yet. So just we want to return the data back in the Excel. We don't need the index column. If you're on the last row, delete that. So we're gonna right click on the index column and say remove. We don't need this company name anymore. We could remove that. This here, we just need the price. This is the price. All right. Really, what we need is a column called the share valuation here. All right, you already here again? The share valuation column, to get that, we just select these two columns. So you control click, select the two columns. Let me know when you're all ready. No, Matthew ready. All right, Bianca, Laverne, Joanne, all right, Luis. All right, okay, everybody okay. So once you select the two columns, I have different ways to do it. Yeah, you could do it on right click. Maybe that'll be easy for you all. Right click on any one of the column headers here, and you want to choose product. So that should create a new column. Call that column share valuation. Oh. You there? So we could return this now back into Excel. We're gonna go to the home and we're gonna click close and load here. Close and load. So that should bring us back out in the menu here. And if we go on the cheated returning, right? Oh, it didn't return.
It's returned to the original city middle,
Return.
middle tab.
My mistake here. what it did here, and probably is a good thing, it actually just returned the SP5 data, right? But it didn't return the portfolio because we had set this up as a connection only. So what we need to do, we need to change this one as a connection, and we could probably rename it on portfolio valuation and then load it to the sheet. So to do that, right click on SP500 data. We're going to go load to. We're going to leave that as a connection because we had loaded it as a connection. So we're going to say only create a connection. Click OK. It will tell you that you're going to lose the data. That is okay. So we no longer have that sheet here. So that is half of the problem. The other part of it is we need the portfolio values. So we could right click on portfolio. We could rename it. We could rename this portfolio valuation. And we're going to right click on that, load to. We're going to change the load basis for portfolio valuation. Load it as a table. The default is to put it on an existing sheet, right? So we could put it here if you all wanted, or we could choose to put it as a new worksheet. So I'm going to put it as a new worksheet. Click OK. And you will get your share valuation report here. So these should be comma formatted, right? Let's blow this up. You remember from the intermediate course, you could select your two columns here, and click. And if you press Alt and F1, that will create a chart for you. And then you can change the chart whatever you want. So I'll change the chart type to probably a donut chart, which would probably be in, choose the last one, which is a donut chart. And then pick up the legend. So we could go here, plus sign. We want to see our legend. And then we could add data labels. And then we could format the data labels. Probably not the best chart to do for this, use for this. Right? You could change your color scheme to whatever you wish. You probably use a milder color scheme here so that the numbers would show. Or you could use a dark, but take a look. Could explode the points by dragging out. All right. Any questions on this one? So all we did was just select columns. We press Alt and F1, or some of you all may need to press Alt Fn and 1. That will create the column chart, and then you right click the chart, or you go to the line menu, change the chart type to whatever you want. I just use a pie chart. To rank it, you could use a bar chart because the description is kind of long. That would, right? And you could probably sort these. You see, you probably have to sort it from here. Sort it from highest to lowest. All right. I guess you had to be lowest to highest to get the bar to the top, the biggest thing. Any questions, guys? All right, we want to go now to look at how to merge data from multiple sheets together in Excel. So sometimes I think you are asking about that, right? So as we're going to look at next. So I'm going to close down this file. So I don't have questions here. And the one we want to go to is merge multiple sheets, which is this folder here. So let me open up the folder so you can see what's going on. I'm going to open up Superstore data, one region per sheet. Let me know if you're all here. All right. So if you look at the data we have here, you will see that this organization, it's like a PriceMart or a Walmart or like that. They have sales, and for each area that they sell in or each store that they have the detailed data here, right? For each store. What we want to be able to do is to get a master table with everything that we could report off. All right. When you want to do that, you basically need to slap the rows, one set of rows on top the other for each store, because everything would line up here once they have the same column headers. Then on each sheet, you need to have the data structured in order like that, and then you could create that automatic merge to merge all together. They don't call it merge though, they call it append. So you're going to create a append routine to get one master console table with everything, and then you'll use that to build a report. All right. Let me know if you're all clear or if you all had any questions. So Louise, this is your example of where merging multiple sheets. Yeah. I don't know if this was what you was interested in.
As you go on and see if it's really that, but so far so good. It seems to be that.
Yeah, the proviso is that the column headers must be the same on each sheet. All right. Tomorrow we'll do one called 3D report consolidation. And that one, you could have 50, 60 sheets. We use a formula to drill through the file and then build a report. This one here is a data consolidation, where you have your data on all the sheets and you want to merge them together to build a report. All right.
So is it that so all the sheets will have to have the same amount of columns and the same columns placed in the same order, right? Is what you're saying?
The first part, you're correct. You need to have the same column headers, but however they build this routine, it don't necessarily need to line up the same way. In other
Okay. Okay.
F could have been in J, and column G could have been in B in one of them, and the other one could have been correct, A, B, C, D, E, F. It will still
Okay.
merge all correctly because what it does, it treats it as an object, and then it looks for the header names, and then it does the merge based on the header name, not on the column order. Yeah,
Okay. Thanks.
yeah. And close down the file, and we're gonna open a new Excel. Tomorrow we have one to do like a pen, but it would be a report a pen, meaning you have a report, is a report, you have it for 10 companies. You want to get a consolidated report, you could drill through all the sheets in the file and build a report in one shot. Today's data consolidation. So you want to go to the data menu, we're going to go to that folder. So we're going to say get data from file, from Excel workbook. Get data from file from Excel workbook, guys. Alright, so the folder is which one again? It will be merge multiple sheets in the Power Query folder. Merge multiple sheets. And we want to go to Superstore Data, one region push. Double click on that. And then we'll need to do our transform. It might take a minute to connect. Let me know when you all reach here. Okay. All right. Okay, I think everybody good. So what you do, right? They have like everything have tricks in it, right? So the trick, if you had like a long list, like I've done as much as maybe 70 something of these. The trick to pick them up is just click on the name here. You have to say select multiple items first, obviously. And this one is only 4, but if you want to pick up all 4, you click on one here, like hold down shift and click on the last one. Now pick up all. Make sure all ticked. And then click transform data. Let me know if you do that.
Arif,
Yeah, hi.
um, just to pick up all four, you said which key you holding up?
We use shift and click. Yeah. You need to see multiple first on top, and then you highlight the first record.
Oh, okay. I see one is missing.
Yeah.
Click, select multiple on top.
Yeah.
Uh,
And then you use your normal like shift and click in Excel. You just highlight the first one. You just click on the end of the first one, and then shift and click on the last one. The name. Pick up all. And then you transform. Let me know when you all get through, so we'll push ahead. I like small classes too, yeah. When you have bigger classes, the more people you have, the normally hard again it's lecture and things. So with this, everything kind of smooth way. I mean, you expect some little issues, but you all kind of get through. Louis, let me know any day.
What I did was to pick up 3 of the files and not the last one that I clicked on. The first 3, so Central, East, and South.
Nice. Supposed to pick up all. Um, you could go back here to source. I mean, you're missing one. You had to click the gear wheel for source, right? You should see, well, as a folder part, but we need to get, so you should see all showing up there,
Right.
right? Navigation is where you, so if you go to the gear wheel here, you should see, how much of them you see in here,
4.
right?
Central, East, Southwest.
Right, and so you have central, east, south, and west, right? So click OK. By going back at inches, stupidness, but let me delete this step and let me delete the other step. It's the wrong step there. Right, so and then so how much is seen here now, 3 or 4?
Also, navigation.
Do you have 4 or do you have 3?
I still have the 3.
Over here then you probably have 3 showing up too. You just check the code. You just redo it there because you wouldn't be able to get it. So like over here, let me see, I was going to see if I could tell it to modify the code. We have central here. When we're promoting the scalars, let me see. Yeah, you had to do back the step. They don't have a way really within the script here. Select just the 3 or the 4. Now identifying the stores now. Also, I could have tell you just write it in the code, right? So just make sure and be careful how you're selecting to pick up the ones that you want, right? If not, well, it won't be here. So wait for your quiz.
Okay, I did it over there, so I am now with the 4.
All right, okay. And you're with us, you have 4 steps or anything? Yeah, applied steps. How much applied steps you have?
4.
All right.
Yeah, so I'm at change type.
Yes. All right. Good. So we know that. Now, to get all in one master table, just go to the home menu, and you'll see, just like before, how we appended, how we merge queries as new. With appending, we slap in the rows, one set of rows on top of the other to get one master table. So that we had append queries as new. So just below merge queries, you will see append queries. Click the drop arrow next and choose append queries as new. All right. So once you have central highlighted here, it will bring you to a new box. It will ask you how many tables you have. We have 3 or more tables. 3 or more tables. And then we want to choose the table. So we already have central to the right. We're going to select east here and shift click on west. So basically you want to move these 3 that highlighted across. We're going to add it. So on your right hand side, I should now have 4. Let me know if you all have that. Make sure you don't have any repetition, any names on your right hand side, because it means that your data are going to get duplicated. All right, so the next step is to click OK. Click OK, and that should give you a master table here. Rename append 1 table. You want to name that the query. Call it console, guys. Console. And then in the close and load menu, you want to close and load to. After you rename your query console, where you think you want to close and load to? Because we don't want all of them to end up as a table. We need to close all as a connection. So we're only going to create connections here. Click OK. What will be the next step? Anybody? What will be the next step?
You probably use the console, the table that says console.
Yeah, that will be the table that we're going to use to build the report. So we could leave data in memory, like I showed you all, and create a pivot table straight from that. So like if I right here, I could do that, or I could return it as a table and then build a pivot table report from that. So right click on console, and you will want to go load to, just like we did before. You want to just load this one as a pivot table report. Click OK, media chart, pivot chart. Click OK. Still had to build a pivot table for the pivot chart. So maybe we want a report of we have sales, we have profit. We're gonna take profit. We're gonna look at profit by region, right? And we want that broken down by year. So if we pick from the field there, we'll use the ship date to get a year. So if we take ship date, it should go into rows, right? Year should really go in the axis, region should go into legend. See what I'm looking? We don't need quarters. We need ship date.
Arif, did you put years in filter in the field filters,
No,
or
no.
did you leave it?
Yes, I have it in axis, but we're gonna change it. Yeah.
Okay.
Normally the time element should go in axis, and we should really drag out things like ship date and stuff. We only want the data down to the year. Unless we wanted to drill down, we could put it. So if you look on my pivot table field list here, you would see the chart here. We're looking at profit, and we break profit by region. I don't know why shipment still showing up here, so I'll take that off. All right. I just format the numbers. Probably comma formatted, no decimal. This, right? So this would be the table field list. Region would be in columns. Rows would have years, and these would have sum of profit. That's if you're looking at the pivot table field list from the pivot chart perspective. Region would be legend, years would be in axis, and values would be profit. Any questions here, guys? Right, so that's how we go from the from multiple sheets. We merge the data, we build a master table, and then we could build our charts or pivot tables as we need for the reports.
Yeah, just one more thing to reconfirm. I think you had said it before. Just to reconfirm, right? The when you were merging the tables to previously, so the Power Query would have used the column headings. You said to identify which was where.
Column headers should be identical, yeah, in order for it to do the merge. Even if they don't line up the same, meaning one could be in column B in one sheet and the other one could be F in the other sheet. Once the header
Mm-hmm.
is the same, it would still merge it, yeah.
But does the amount of columns need to be the same?
It could be different, but honestly, if it's different, it means that for some of the columns, you're going to have nulls, right? Obviously, when you slap them together.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. All good questions, all legitimate questions to ask. All right. So this was okay, or anybody had problems with the pivot table side? Right. So what I didn't tell you all, right? You could build sometimes pivot table reports may not be adequate. You would know that you could use sum if formulas or sum ifs formulas and build your, if you have a report in a structure, you could build it in that structure whatever it would be, right? Whatever you need it to be. Sometimes companies have like certain statutory reports. They have they're very particular about something. Then you could use some if formulas. What I would have done is generate a table back into here, and then have the sum if flow from the table into the report. All right, might need one or two sum if formulas or sum ifs, and that should be it. Any questions again before we move on? All right, so we're gonna close this one down. The next step is to the next step is to um, the next step is to look at where we have where we want to merge multiple files. All right, where we want multiple files. So if we look at the folder here, merge multiple files. We go to this folder here inside, which is where we have a mix of file types. Where we have a mix of files. All right. So this is the scenario we want to go and look at. Sometimes we have data in multiple files and we want to merge those together, right? And you have two scenarios. One is if you have CSV files, or if you have a file and you want to merge like all you have a table in that file with the same table name, or if you have an Excel file and all the files you want to merge is from one sheet, right? Then you could use an automated procedure that they built in Power Query to do that. Now, if your sheet names are different in each file, then you will have to use, you could write a script to do it, a short thing. You could write a short formula to actually to do it, right? So I will show you the two techniques now, right? And you could have a folder with a mix of files, and then the Excel would still be able to go and look in the folder and extract the files you want. You'll see how to do that. All right. Generally, you want all the files to be of the same type. We have to merge. In this folder, we have CSV files and we also have Excel SX files. So we're gonna merge all the CSV files. I will see how to do that. So this one is a folder merge, guys. I want you all to open up the Excel file. Open it up here. Blank book. We're gonna go to the data menu, get data from file, but this time we're not going to Excel workbook. From file, we want to choose from folder. So from the desktop, we're gonna go to Power Query. That'll be Advanced Excel, and we're gonna go down to merging multiple files, which is this one, and we're gonna go down to mix of file types. Mix of file types. I think that would be the ultimate folder. Remember, this one is a folder merge, so you're not gonna be able to see files. You will be able to drill down into the folder which contain the files. We're gonna click open here. Let me know when you're reach here. All right, and you're gonna click transform data. Transform data. All right, so we see in all the files here, we're really only interested in merging the CSV one. So how could we do that? We'll probably need to fill out anything else that we don't need. So go to the extension, drop arrow, and we want to take Excel SX. And we want to click OK. You all there? All okay? Right, so the next thing we want to do is we don't really need what we call the attributes of the file: date, date modified, date created, etc., etc. Even the folder part, we don't need all that. What we really need is the content. Now, sometimes I would import the name of the file because I might need to attach the name to the file, each file record, so you would know what region or whatever from. But the content of the file has a column with the differentiating the region, so we don't need anything else here except the content. Right, so we're going to right click on content header and we're going to say remove the other columns. All right, remove the other columns. All right, so to merge files together, they created an automated routine to activate it. Just click the double-headed combine files button. Click this button here. All right, so that would combine files together. What I'm saying for you, it would work for CSV files and it would also work for Excel files where you want to merge files that have the same sheet name. All right, files that have the same sheet name. So over here, we telling it to go and merge the data from this file to join it up. From this file, it will show you the sample file, how the data looking in here. All right. We're going to click OK. This looking okay. And it would run the routine and it would merge all the files together. All right, so if you scroll across, all right, we have all the data here, and we could probably just do a check to make sure we pick up like the different countries. So I usually go to the country column or the region. You go to here, and if we click on the drop arrow, load more, you'll see here that it picked up like all the countries: Canada, France, Germany, Mexico.
All right. Arif, I have two issues. One, is there a way to do a quick check, like where it says product ID 725, that the revenue is in fact, what is it, 1154475? That's one. Two,
Is there a
I'm
way to
coming up
check
with that.
Yeah, is
Yeah,
there
the
a way to
product
check?
ID, the revenue is correct.
Yeah, I would have to check the revenue is correct. I would have done
Yeah, for the product IDs.
I would have done a pivot table and just check back the two back to the source files.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Or you could do a sample check. You could spit out a data table and do a sample check. Or you could balance back based on a count of the number of records. So you could do a pivot table to pick up both the total revenue and to give you a count of the number of records. So that way you have all the records now picked up. So usually I use like control total checks to do that. You could also in Power Query, let me see here. In Power Query, if we go here in the home menu, I say, if we go in the view menu, sorry, you go and do a column profile now. And change the column profile to do it for the full data set. And that would give you a count of the number of records here. So you should be balancing back this number of records. And for the revenue column, well, they're giving you max, min, and standard deviation and unique, but really we need a sum. So that's why I probably use a pivot table. I would generate a pivot table. So like if we go what I want you all to do, that's a good thing to give you all to do. I want you all to create a pivot table report from here. So you would go on home and you would do close and load to. You could create a pivot table report where we could see the total revenue by country and also to get a count of the number of records. See if you all could do that. By country. You all understand what I'm saying, right? So that'll be your basically would be a check back report to your source files.
So just we could just close and load this now and do that now, right?
Yeah. What you could do if you're worried about individual transactions, and you could do the load as a table, right? Back into the file if you want to double check any individual thing too. So sometimes for auditors, for audit trail, I would do that. I would put the load back into the file. I'm an auditor too. I started off my work back in that area. But so load back your data set back into the file and then build your reports on that.
Hmm.
Let me know when you're all ready. All right. So let me see. Close and load. By default, I'll bring back a table file. The table are building the count and the sum. So you could have just want the table design menu and set total row. You could have taken total row here. You'll take it to the bottom. You could have to give your count to the number of records here. So here, let me see which column. Here we will put a sum. And here we could put count. So this will be a check back. But this is overall check back. If you actually need a breakdown, give me one quick minute, guys. Hey, hi. Yeah, you doing? Tell me, yeah, good. Ooh, I'll come Friday for it. I'll lecture in tomorrow, but Friday for sure. For sure. For sure. Thanks very much. Yeah. Okay then. Take care. Bye. Sorry about that. So the reason you would build a pivot table, you see, this would give you an overall check. If you want to balance back to each of the files, you'll have to build a pivot report by country. So I guess you want to insert pivot table, right? And you do a count check and a sum check by country. Click OK, and then you would have said, well, you want to look at this country. That will go into rows, and you want to look at the revenue column. That would have come here. If you want to count the number of records, how would you all have done that? You could drag back revenue a second time here and tell it to do a count. You'll see something called value field settings. You will tell it to count. Right, that will tell you how much records each file have. And it's a file coming back to the 1696 here. So you will
The revenue for Canada, because I did not do the first part that you did. I just went straight to the pivot report, and I did a Canada country and revenue thing. But it's saying for Canada, what I got was 110 and not 115. So I was like, okay, I wonder if I missed out something.
You got 110. Yeah, I have 110.
And not 115. Yeah, okay. But the other report was in 115.
That's not 110. You mean table was saying 150?
115, yes.
All right, let me just check that back. For Canada, so if we filter by Canada here, click OK, go to the bottom, control down arrow key, It's coming out to 110. You see that? And saying 299. So from the table, it must balance back to the pivot table. It should. I have the same 110 here. Yeah? 110, 299 should really be our count. We could call it number of records. Right? And that would be for the sum, right? And this would be total revenue. All right? Data always balance back to your pivot table. You there, Louise, or something different you have?
No, I'm good. No.
All right, okay. All right. Anybody else with all the observations? Because sometimes it would have things that I may overlook. But I take your point. You need to balance back your records, and I agree with you. So I usually do it either this way, or I would do, if I need to do more detailed checking and make sure and balance back per sheet, I would do it this way. This is my control total checks. All right. I'll give you, it's about 2:20. You don't want to take a 10-minute break, or and after that we have to do we had to do merging. I want you all to be clear. We're going to do merging files where we're using a formula, and then we have a more complicated thing to do, which is dealing with multi-level headers in files. All right. You all want a few minutes break? All right.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'll put up the clock for about 15 minutes maybe. And then we'll continue with the last two things, and we'll halt. Say halt. We'll stop for the day. It have other things to do, but I don't know how you all feeling would feel afterward when we finish. You'd be tired. Remind me to turn back on the recording, and we want to open that blank workbook. So we're going to follow the same steps we did before. We're going to go down into the same folder with the mixer sales file. So that'll be in the data menu. We want to go and get data file from folder. All right. And we're going to drill down to desktop, advanced Excel, Power Query, and same folder as before. You'll be merging files, different sheet names. INT data, different sheet names. Interesting. So go to the folder called merging files, different sheet names, INT data, different sheet names. You all see this folder part here? Luis, you there? Bianca?
Yeah.
All right. So I assuming everybody on the same page, unless otherwise I would know. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna click open. We're gonna click open, and let's see. It's gonna connect to that folder, and it should show us all the files. So we're gonna transform data as usual. Transform data. What we're gonna do this time, guys? What we're gonna filter out? Anybody?
The extension CSV.
Yeah, that's good. So click on the drop arrow. We don't want the CSV files. We're only interested in XLS. And once again, we don't want the attributes. You just want the content. So highlight content, right click, and we're going to say remove the other columns. All right, remove other columns. All right, so this is where we now do not click on the double-headed arrow because it will allow you to go up to, but then because the sheet name is different, it wouldn't work. So what you want to do here is to add a new column. We're going to use a formula to extract the data from the files. We're going to say add column in the top, and we want to create a custom column, like custom column. You can leave the name custom, and we want to call it the column here. What we're going to call this? We're going to call this. We need to write a formula to get the content. Right, this is the content out in an Excel from the Excel workbook. So we're going to put the full stop and start typing capital W workbook. As we start typing, we will see Excel.workbook comes up. We're going to click on Excel.workbook. All right, let me just make this cell bigger, or you all seen.
Bigger, please.
Yeah. You're going to put here open brackets, open bracket if you want to call it that. And we need to take this content here. This is the column that we have in the we're going to extract contents from that each of the Excel workbooks. We're going to put reference formula there. If you did it correctly, you should see. Let me know when I could click OK. So we're going to click, guys. That will add new column here. Called custom. Content anymore, just the custom. So we can click on custom and we can say remove other columns, right? So left, right. And right. We want to click on the double-headed arrows here next to custom, and we at the point where we want to get to the data. Click use original column name as fix. Let me know when I'll get through that. I'll look out for the ticks. All right. So we're gonna click OK. Take a minute or two. Right. You should be seeing a new column called data. And we get the data now, so we click on double-headed arrow. It's not going to be by default. Right, and it should, you'll see column 2, column 3 way down. It's still waiting to load the column names.
Yes.
You'll see column 1 now. For whatever reason, normally it's fast and it's shut down computer.
Yeah.
And so cookie, you'll see this is not exactly the best one to see. I know come up. So I'm gonna click and you should see the data here. Now we're not finished. We need to promote the header here. So we will have to go to the spreadsheet icon here. We're going to say use first row as headers. The next thing we need to do.
Sorry, I think I'm not sure if it's for everybody else, but for me at least, what is seen on screen is a little bit delayed.
All right, no problem. I'll hold on.
All right. Okay, yeah. It seems as though reach the same spot now.
Right, okay. Yeah, just using up a lot of data from memory. All these routines that we create in a whole day. So that's why, well, normally when I work with Power Query stuff or Power Pivot stuff, but I have other things running right now in the background. Normally I would shut off like a lot of the other things that I'm working on. Let's focus on this now. All right, everybody else here, yes, we could go ahead. Now, the method that we use here is that genuinely is like more or less like a manual automation method, right? So what happened is we promoted the header here for the first file, but the header for the other files with the other territories, they're still embedded in the data. How we know that? We could go to a column where we could pick it up easy, like country, where it have a few entries. If we click the drop arrow here, what are you all seeing here? Which would tell you that you have an embedded header.
The word country.
Word country, that means that country in the data, which means when it's all the files together using the Excel workbook command, it took the headers and it picked that up. Right? So we need to filter it out. Filter in Power Query means exclude. So filter the headers from the other files and click OK.
Yeah, if I'm just gonna come off the call and come back on, right? It's still a bit delayed on my end.
No problem. You just tell it when you get through. So
Okay, yeah.
you hold up and wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, Matthew.
Yeah.
Okay, so it reach where we reach, or
I guess so.
it's
So
still
you all
running?
filter the rows. You just no,
Yeah,
no, no. I think it did.
yeah.
Um, I just had to do separate filtering out country, right? From the
From the data, yeah. Within the country column, I go to a column with a few entries, which would be like country, and then
right, and
there's an embedded header, and you know
mm-hmm.
that because you would see the word country there, which means that for each of the countries, that row, the header rows were taken up as well. All right,
Yeah.
so we filter.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. Next step is what? The next step would be to um, fix like the column header here, because here, this here product should be what kind of header? It should be numeric, right? So this should be whole number. The date should be date, right? What you the types here. This would be, you could actually change all by going here in menu, and in the transform menu, there's an option to tell Power in the transform menu to detect the data type. So we do it for all the columns. It should, and what it come up with. It still didn't fix revenue. You could change this to decimal place. All right, decimal number. The units would be whole number. All right. Sometimes you will get 100. Actually, why didn't get 100? I think I didn't go and highlight the columns. Let me just check this back. If I highlight all these columns, shift up to here, I use shift click to select all these columns. If I go to tech data, see what come up. So doing it correctly, actually picking up the things as it should. I have to actually go and select the column, shift click. So it did all the data types in one shot. You all understand what I did? I selected the columns and then I went to the transform menu and I said detect the data type. So for those columns, you would have go through and look at the data and then determine what it should be. So from here, we could go to home, we could go to close and load, and that will bring back the data into. Right? You could build your reports from here. Any questions, guys? Close this down. And I have one more to show you in Power Query. So if we go back to the same advanced Excel folder, you will see in Power Query, there's something called the fixing multi-row header data. Fixing multi-row header data. So it's the folder, and the file is called medical care employee data, medical care employee data. months, and then I'll have the month. All right. So if you all look at this file, you will see we have the data we have here, the numeric data, the number more than one header. And actually, like, all the things I'm doing with you all is based on real work now with companies. Examples are so things that we had to fix. Common ones, they have like a lot of things you would see, but these are the more common ones. So this one was a company we went in, and they had more than one company. They had a multi-level. So this one is a simpler one. They have year, and then we have a category. There's one company I went in, they had year, month, and then they had the category. You all there? So that one was a little more complicated, but the principle was the same principle we use. How do you convert this data like this into tabular form? All right, that's the question. So for this, you all need to see how this one will be done. This one has some steps in it, but it's all kind of automated. You're ready to go? All right. So put your one cell of the data, and then you want to go to the data menu. You want to go from table/range. So what it should do, it should be picking up data. I don't think you all can see this clearly. Let me just see if I bring it up, because even with my eyes, but I can't see. So B1, P154 is what it should be picking up, right? If one cell is here, and then pick up the range automatically. So if we click, that should be the range that we want to use. All right. Anybody doing this together with me, or you all just watching? You all tired? Just asking pressure.
Together with you.
All right. Okay. Like you had data like that, Louise.
No, it's just that this particular one, this advance is interesting.
Yeah, yeah. So, it looked like it loaded the data, not look like it loaded the data here. Problem here is that when you have multi-level headers like here, it actually promoted the headers though. You all see that? It promoted the headers to the header row here, we would actually need to have to demote the headers. Treated different though. It didn't pick up the rows. Let me see someone else now. Just close this off, guys. Let me just see how it pick up the data. Discard. You could exit off and discard. And undo here. All right, I loaded this in correctly. For this to work properly, I don't want it to code these things 1, 2, 3, 19 going across in Power Query. What we want to do is when we put the cursor in cell, I went back to raw data here. So what I want you all to do is just go back to where we have the raw data. Go to the data menu. We're going to say from tables train, so it should be in one cell of the data. And you want to untick the option my table has headers. Untick the option my table has headers. Right? So what that will do is that will force Power Query to put in a header row at the top, a generic header row, and that's what we want to do this one. So we're going to click OK. I lost my skills there for a minute, but right, so this is what we want. When it bringing in the data, we want the two header rows, which is row 1 and row 2, down below. We don't want it on top. I want it embedded with numbers. Each, you see if you have 2019, if it's picking up 2019 as a header, and it repeated here, a requirement for data tables is that each must be unique. So we would code this one 2019 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on and so forth. We want to preserve the year. So that's why I made you all take the data but not data in it. Once we have this Power Query, the way how it would work is normal. It like to work with the routines that created for Power Query. It meant to work with columns of data, not really rows. But having said that, we could actually push the rows into columns. We're going to do that transpose function in Power Query. So we're going to go to the transform menu. Go to the transform menu. And we should see a button there to transform right below. All right, this is the transpose button. We're going to click transpose, guys. Basically, when it transpose, what happened is that what was in rows become columns. So now we could join these two into one header, right? And then retranspose. So we have column 1 here highlighted. Hold on Control and click on column 2. And then we want to merge the columns. So we could right click on this one here. Column 1, we're going to say merge columns. The separator we could probably use here is space. separate the year from the amount. I'm gonna click OK. Let me know when you're ready, guys.
Ari,
Yeah, tell me.
question. This is like almost like creating records for HR because I'm seeing employee name, street address, town, title,
I just use my
department.
HR example, but I have with financial
Oh, okay.
data. Yeah. What
Okay.
happens, remember I had to make the examples generic and simple as possible. But I have used data for like for a conglomerate, they had like about 70 companies and they had triple level header. And we needed they had year, month, and then they had descriptive categories, and then they had the company details listed below for about 50, 60 different companies going on. It's a very, very long table. And the same techniques you would use for that, I would be using here for you all. So it's just what you all should be doing, right? As we go through these things, you have to start thinking about your own work, right? And how you could modify what you currently do, or how you could use query to adapt your own work. That's what you should be doing. So the idea is the ideas. So usually I work with every different kind of company. And whether I'm working for a bank or I work with an insurance company or manufacturing or oil and gas, is so there are a lot of commonality in terms of what the work that I would have to do. So it's the same ideas I use across the board. So take the ideas and it's up to you all to really apply it to your work. So with this one here, we need to retranspose, go to the transform menu and click transpose again. So that will flip the data and put the singular row header in row 1. You all see that? What you think is the next step? Anybody? Now that you have the header in one row, what do you think you should do?
Promote the header.
You had a promote the header, right? We are always away from what you do, but at this stage you need to promote the header. We need to get a column with the year and we need to get columns for the other things. So you have some rotations to do. So you want to say use first row as headers, all right? So that will promote the header here. Data clean more or less. What do you think would be the next step? We need to onboard the data. So select the employee name column, hold down shift, and click job position column. So basically all the descriptive categories. And we want to unpivot the data, unpivot the other column. So we right click on the employee name header, for example, and we're going to say unpivot the other columns. Unpivot the other columns. Everybody there? So what I will do is I will put the value in one column and would have the attribute in the other column. We need to extract the year from the attribute column into a separate column. We want to extract the year into a separate column. So we're going to write on the attribute column and we're going to say split column. As we're going to say what? Yeah, we had to split the column, not extract. So I'm not seeing it here. For some reason, I'm not seeing it here. So it's here split column and show up there. You all seen that when you right click on the attribute column? Split column by delimiter. Alright? Split it by delimiter. The only thing you could use is space, and to get the year out, which one we're going to take. So it had to be leftmost. That would be here, yeah, in a separate column. So we're going to click OK. And you should now have attribute dot one will be year. You're going to call that year. The other thing you want to do, you have repetition in this column here: basic salary, allowances, benefits, annual salary, annual training budget, actual expended, and then start over doing the same thing again. And then here it start back again. So we want to get separate columns for each of these things down to actual expended. So that is not pivoting, that actually is on. So highlight the attribute dot two column, and you're going to right click on the header here. There is no pivoting option here. You will have to go to the transform menu, and there's an option to pivot a column. What the pivot will do, it will allow the column to split into different columns by the names here. So you're going to click pivot column. What would be this column? It would be the column called value. All right. And you're going to click OK. All right, so now you have the data in a form that you could use. You have one column, header in one column, you have your split out, you have your values into separate columns. Any questions? You could close and load, right? And then you could work with it to build the reports. All right, you all think you get a sense idea about this Power Query tool today? Now I have more things I could do here with you all. I'm not sure if you all saturated already, right? I wanted to look at interrogating a database, but we could look at that in the morning if you all want. It's up to you all. Right? Tomorrow we had to look at 3D formulas. We'll look at interrogating databases, and we also have to look at building a relational reporting model. So tomorrow will be a heavy day, right? Any questions from me, guys? Let's see how to push this back into Excel. So you go close and load, and then you could work with it there. Any questions, guys? Now is the time to say. Juzan, you okay? I don't know. I taken that to mean good. Right? Luis? Yeah. All right.
My only question is,
Yeah.
would we be getting the recording for today, this evening? Because I would need to go back through some of these things.
Right. So I will try to send it this evening, but remember, I back up and then it had a load and then it will send to you all. So you'll probably get it tonight. So to go through some of the things covered today, you want to go to the solutions folder. Let me just see if I could call it up to you for you here. In the advanced Excel folder, you'll see a PDF file called Video Solutions Playlist 2016 and Office 365, you would go and click on that playlist. All right, double click on that. You would have the presentation here. Playlist. If you click on that,